When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorium, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis. When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child.
Whoops, sorry about that. What's going on, everybody? Literally hit the wrong, I fat-fingered the button. I'm like, I've got it. I got it. I don't have it. So anyway, my apologies. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to day 56 of Esper Genesis, sponsored by Alligator Alley Entertainment. This episode that we are calling tonight, The Road Ahead. I hope you folks are looking forward to what is an awesome session tonight. Thank you so much to Skeksis the Chamberlain. I hope not actually Skeksis. I hope it's just, the name, not the actual Skeksis. But Skeksis the Chamberlain, welcome. Thank you for the host, and thank you, Hillness, for the resub. And welcome, everybody, again, to some more of awesome Esper Genesis for the month of December. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders. Yeah, I'm not fat. I'm just big boned fingered. Don't use a stream deck with mints. I was like trying to reach over something, and yeah, mistakes were made. Anyway, but before we get started, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. And our website for all of this is arvineleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop will get you over to the merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond material, and you can get as well Adventures of Middle-earth material, and soon you're going to be able to get Esper Genesis material as well. That's over there, which is very exciting because that is both swag for you, Christmas gifts perhaps, holiday, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Festivus, gifts for the holiday season, season and also can help support the channel. So please consider jumping on board for that. Please also consider supporting us by checking out the Patreon, !ArvTreon. If there's someone in your life, if you don't know what to get for that loved one in your life who happens to love awesome role-playing games of various kinds, or, awesome voiceovers, or, awesome like video game stuff, all that stuff. If you are one of those people or know someone who is, then please consider getting them the gift of Patreon support for this channel. You can get awesome stuff for yourself and also awesome stuff for the channel. 22 patrons, $240 per month as we speak, and all of that would be very much appreciated. Finally, last but certainly not least on the financial side is the sub button right there, which allows you to resub to the channel as Hillness just did. It will allow you to support the channel and get those custom sub badges and emotes, and also inspirations to be able to support everyone as well. I have now updated the inspiration list, so we are good to go. People should have the proper number of inspirations, and so you will have them again available. We used a lot of them, some in the Esper Genesis sessions. I think we used a couple in the AIME, maybe 1 or 2 in Emberwind, but we used a ton in the Curse of Strahd finale because they kind of had to. So you can see that it's now back to its normal looking, decent sized list. So that's the deal. No, I took one away. I actually did add it and then took yours away, Arunel. I didn't forget, but yeah, thank you. So yeah, so that's the deal with that. And again, that is very helpful to support us by subbing to the channel. And last but certainly not least, the publishing side of things. Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, which was released midway last month. Very excited about the potential for that. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, which is coming quite soon. That is already out already. It's been out for a number of months actually on Drive-Thru-RPG, but it's going to be coming out in print very soon, and in fact should be getting shipped sometime in the next couple of days out to America and then on to its various places where it's going. So I'm very excited about that because I really want to see these print copies as much as I know many of you who have been so patient do as well. So we've got that going on. And then Greyshade KS for more details about my Greyshade Kickstarter. Very excited about that as well. That is due to launch early February of next year. So that's going to be cool, and I can't wait to share more with you about Greyshade. It's going to be awesome. I'm super excited for that. Last but certainly not least, I want to mention BLM, Black Lives Matter. Again, this is something we are going to continue to push because it continues to be really important. So please make sure that you jump on board and support those causes that you can find linked there. And Help Now, which is the World Health Organization link for suicide prevention, and is something that we've been starting to talk about over the last couple of weeks. So please consider looking at that so you can find out ways that you can help others or be helped yourself. And thank you so much, as always, for clicking and checking out those links. Schedule-wise, we've got Esper Genesis tonight. This is going to be the one and only Esper Genesis session this month. As I told everyone, my family and I are on the move. We're going to be moving somewhere in the next couple of months. It's a little bit up in the air. Anyone who's ever sold or bought a house knows that this is a little... it's not all really neat and clean all the time, and so we don't yet know 100% how everything's going to break down with where we are at what time. So you'll just have to bear with me as best you can. As a consequence of this, I front-loaded all of my basically tabletop streams and everything in the first couple of weeks of December. So once we get past about December 10th or 11th, then things get a little bit more dicey for the rest of the month. And so as a result, and also frankly because it's the end of the year and I think it's okay for us to have 1 month where we're only doing one session per campaign, that means that we are going to be doing just one session of Esper Genesis, one session of Adventures in Middle-earth, which will be coming this Tuesday, one session of D&D with Infinity and Beyond Curse of Strahd, and that will take place tomorrow when we have our post-mortem for Curse of Strahd, where the players will get a chance to talk a little bit about how they felt about the campaign, sort of takeaway points and things like that. And then we will have our session 0 for Palace of the Red Pasha, which is our little mini campaign, a high-level mini campaign using 15th level and above characters from the Tyranny of Dragons campaign. So if you enjoyed Ryuvi Darkcrasher and Cade Marmadas and Fifely Harper and Gromnir Grumblehammer and all that crew, you'll get a chance to see them in action one last time for Palace of the Red Pasha. That'll be about, my guess is about 3 months for that mini campaign. And then somewhere in about March or April of this coming year, we will then move into the next big campaign, which should last for a while, which is going to be our Eberron campaign. So very excited for that, but that's what we've got going on as far as the schedule is concerned. We will on Tuesday the 15th, I believe it is, on the 15th, am I right? Yes, Tuesday the 15th at 8 p.m. Eastern, we will have one of my favorite streams of the year, and that is our vocalist's rendition of A Christmas Carol. I love this story. It's my favorite story. I think one of the greatest ever told, one of the greatest ever written, and the Our Vocalists do an amazing job with it. And so we're going to have the Our Vocalist back, and I do want to say that we will also have Mr. Trendane Sparks will be making his triumphant return to the Our Vocalists. It's not a permanent return, but he will be making his guest appearance on the show, which is super exciting. So you will get a chance to see Trend doing his vocal stylings, joining the rest of the crew. There is a possibility that we will not have Russ for that because he may be on vacation. That's possible. We don't know yet. But he may be away, in which case it would just be the, Dot and it would be Dot, Rob, Zach, and then it would be Tren taking over there. So we would have those four. So we will see. But I'm very excited for the Our Vocalist to take that on. Again, that'll be the evening of Tuesday the 15th. Otherwise, a lot of the latter half of the month is basically a lot of video game streams. The holiday stream with my family, I'm still planning to do. That'll be on Christmas Day, Friday the 25th. And I'll be doing my end of the year show, which basically talks about my games of the year in 2020 on Saturday the 26th. And then we'll have a couple of streams afterwards. And then we move into 2021 and leave behind this, whatever the hell this was that we just passed this 2020 year. So very exciting, a lot of cool stuff going on, but that's what we got going on schedule wise. But tonight we have the amazing Esper Genesis. And so I'm going to unmute myself and again, apologize profusely to any of the players that I may have interrupted inadvertently. And then I'm going to unmute them.
and then I'm going to, who's your daddy?
Then I'm going to head over to reveal
Basically.
this crew,
Oh, God.
which was talking about something. Someday there's going to be like a compilation, tape recording of all the stuff that gets said when I'm not around.
You would
but
not
anyway,
believe it.
No, I'm sure I wouldn't entirely. But it is good to see everybody here. We have got the almost full crew. We're going to have actually, literally, just as I said that, in comes the last person. So Video Store Cowboy is coming in. Right now the pictures are off, but that's okay because they are all here. They are ready to go. He's just like,
our new captain.
I was waiting.
Yeah.
Just waiting for y'all to just break into ole,
New
ole,
captain.
ole, ole. Just good lord.
Yep. We
okay.
managed to we got your sigil drawn on all of your armor, of course, being the inflatable bed. And also we made sure to get Spot a haircut that cut out the shape of an inflatable bed on the side of Spot's fur.
There was this whole sequence that was played out where Kat played this really beautifully as the armorer for the mattress. It's like, have you ever had the mattress removed from you? And the answer was like, no. It's like, this is the way. It was great and totally original. Never been done before. Okay.
Have you ever punctured your mattress? No.
have you ever dropped it from out of a dimensional pocket? Define.
Define dimensional pocket.
See, what happened was.
This is so wrong. I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna just turn the camera off and just watch you guys.
Oh man, that mattress gets so much use. Okay, and last but certainly not least, there is, as I'm just quickly capturing video for Johnny because he's going to be the one that we introduce first. The mattress has become either the running gag or the actual semi-salvation of the crew. I'm not 100% convinced. I know Dimensional Pocket has absolutely saved the crew on multiple. It is the most valuable spell of 2020 for Esper Genesis. I think that's fair to say. But we'll see. Okay, now I've got the crew all assembled. You see them. You see, chat? Everyone, I bring you the bounty of the entire crew. So I'm going to start by introducing the gentleman that is all the way on the screen to the left, the man with the inflatable mattress that people don't mock anymore because they recognize its glory. And that, of course, is Mr. Johnnie Pittman, Video Store Cowboy. Johnny, it's good to see you. I hope all is going well. I was just talking about moving myself, and I was like, so I feel the pain of the experience of shifting places and all that. But how are you doing in general, otherwise, and who are you playing today?
Moving is interesting. Let's just say that it's never fun. It's never an experiment that I wish to do without planning, and it always feels like I never plan well enough.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my response about moving. Everything else, wow, everything's really lagging. It's interesting. Everything else is good. Out here in California, as I'm sure Zac is also experiencing, because I believe his county just decided to completely lock down. Our county hasn't decided to completely lock down yet. Something that we absolutely should be doing, since everybody else in the Bay Area seems to be making the smart move, and Santa Cruz County and Monterey County are making really bad moves. But what can you say?
Yeah.
So otherwise things are good. Moves going on. Life is good, and Aramis apparently is coming back tonight with a lot of things that have happened for the mattress. So great.
Yeah, there's going to be, it's going to be interesting. We're actually going to be leading off with you too, as the session begins, for reasons we'll discuss. But so
what did Sleepwell do?
Because you're the only one left alive.
You were in a dark iron cage at the bottom of a well. No, we will talk more about about what happened. But no, you're still alive. You're happy. Everyone's alive. Everyone's okay. We're fine. Thanks. How are you? But it'll be good. So good to have Johnny with us as always. And yes, I look forward to hearing how Aramis handles things today. I also look forward to hearing, of course, how Petra is going to handle things today. But before we talk about Petra, we need to talk to the incredible cat Rambo about, I don't want to talk about your writing career. I want to talk about your new career as an owner of a jumping spider plus feeder cricket, like, I don't know, house builder. I mean, you've built a home for the sacrificial crickets. So
we do have a new addition.
Spare the details for Johnny, please.
Her name is
Look
Xena,
at him.
Xena Spider Princess. And
There you go. Good. You may say
is
everything.
Adorable. So yeah, she's a jumping spider, and I did have to go out this morning and get crickets for her. So, all right, how are we going to signal to Johnny that it's okay to come back?
Are you done talking about the spider?
What?
Yes. Yeah, you're done.
I'm done.
Talking about
Let me chat.
I'll see if I can get him to
Come back,
Nope.
Johnny.
come
back.
here, Johnny.
Yeah.
Come here, Johnny. quickly.
I'm waiting for
Just
this
talking
full.
about scorpions now, buddy. It's okay.
I'm waiting for the full crew to just in the
Okay.
chat to just be like, we love crickets, unfollowed, unsubscribed, reported to,
But this is why I'm not putting pictures up on Twitter, because I actually had people say, please don't.
Yeah,
So I'm not
yeah.
going to do it on Twitter, but if people want to find pictures of her, go follow me on Instagram. And you
That's a
will see.
blessing.
Because the people on Instagram can suck
yeah.
you, right?
Well, I've got very few Instagram followers, so that seems like the right.
because the hell with Instagram.
Yeah.
Can I just say that I was actually going to seek out Kat on Instagram, and now I'm.
Oh God!
You just
I'm really
lost
glad
a
I heard
follower,
that part.
Larry.
We'll remain Twitter buddies, because nothing will go on Twitter.
Oh, man.
Is Facebook safe? Is Facebook safe?
I mean, is that a question generally? Because I think you know the answer to that.
Very
For the
good.
Russians,
No,
but I mean,
so Facebook is the place where I see the most types of things that scare the living hell out of me, because people
Really?
really want to share the things that scare the living
Yeah.
hell out of them.
Yeah.
That's a
or
Facebook
really
thing.
proud of on Facebook.
Yep.
It's terrible.
Yep.
But anyways, I'm
Agreed.
sorry.
Yep.
agreed. But anyway, when not feeding crickets to a spider, what are you? What do you play in this game, Kat?
I play Petra, an ashen forged sentinel with a very large hammer and a mysterious affinity for machines, and who's taken a very long time to get to the next level. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Just
All right.
throwing that out there. Yep. This is the beginning, chat. You will see the commercials begin now, and it's the Christmas season. Can we have a level? I'm very appreciative to have Kat with us. And yes, Petra, one of the big things we're going to be doing tonight is talking about the aftermath of the revelation that a certain Tizora Maracli, the thorn in Petra's side, her brother may be Primus Maracli, who is a scientist, and that may have some direct connection to Petra. And that's wait a minute, what of those, dun dun dun. So We will see. The gift to Zora, the gift that keeps on giving. But I look forward to seeing how Petra reacts to that. I also look forward to seeing how Sleepwell, who's going to be doing a little black market shopping to begin this session along with Kaz. But I look forward to seeing how Sleepwell handles things, because I imagine Sleepwell also has some information that he wishes to gather. And then, of course, the party as a whole has to decide what it wants to do. But so I'm going to be interested to see that. But first, I'm interested to hear how Carlos is doing, how life in the universe is with you, sir, and all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, again, we're living in COVID, so we have to kind of like take that as the blanket assumption.
That's the
within,
Mm-hmm.
Within our pod, we're very happy here. We just decorated for Krampus, and we got to put all of our silly little ornaments up, and tell the history of. Gosh, I almost want to. All right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna walk you over there and let you see
nice.
what we used to top our ornament. All right.
Turn off your
I have to turn off the shoot. Yeah.
Look, the background, and over here more of the background.
Yeah, exactly. so yeah, let me turn off the background. It's coming, people. All right.
I wish I had just a fraction of the childish joy that.
Here we go.
Okay, here we go.
So we've got our Krampus lights up here,
lovely.
but then here's our Krampus tree,
Ooh.
and what I really want to show you is that in 1 year, 2 different friends of mine who never spoke to each other decided that the perfect ornament for me was squirrels in underwear. 2 different friends got me squirrels in underwear the same year, and now we always put them together on our Krampus tree, because that's the creepiest way to do it.
Yeah, of course.
See 2 squares or squirrels in underwear, that's the worst.
Amazing.
That is awesome. It looks very festive and very squirrely over there, so that's great on all levels. I'm glad that you put I'm glad you put your decorations up and so forth. When not having squirrels and underwear ornaments on trees, who do you play on this game, Carlos?
Oh, so I play Ludoku Sleepwell, the person who oftentimes rescues the party from the brink of death with non-stop healing spells.
Yeah.
And my name is Sleepwell, so I sleep best on an inflatable mattress, if you know what I mean.
If you know what I'm saying. I really do. My optimal dream about all this is that we get sponsored by Sleep Number, and we'll just be like, I'm going to drop the inflatable mattress with a number of 10, www. Waiting for that to happen.
Say Sleep Number.
I turn it up to
I'm
11.
going to say introduce you to Purple. You should check out.
Oh, purple. I have a purple seat somewhere. Yeah, it's yeah. The extremely expensive egg crate that I thought would make my butt feel better on this uncomfortable office chair, but it did not work. It's a fail. It's a complete fail.
The egg crate does nothing.
It does nothing. But thank you, Carlos. Always a pleasure to have you with us, and also a pleasure, of course, to have the great Zac Clay, who I was chatting with about various musical endeavors, and who is going to be one of the participants in the much anticipated Christmas Carol by the Our Vocalists coming up fairly soon. So
I'm excited.
You're going to see some of that. Zac, same question for you before we find out about Kaz. How's life been for you otherwise outside of game?
Life's I would say, as Carlos said, with the blanket of COVID over everything, all things considered, doing pretty good. Finally set up the Christmas tree today with my mom, and which makes her very happy. And then setting up lights and everything. We sort of live at the top of a hill, so she went out and kind of traced lights all along our fence for the first time, so that basically as anyone is driving up our road, they can see all the lights from our house, which is very nice.
That's the runway, right? Like that's what they just aim for that, and then they're good.
Welcome to the Clay family house, but not because COVID.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so we're doing good, just hanging in there. I am still prepping for content creation and streaming myself. Excited for Cyberpunk coming out soon.
Yep.
And
a few days away.
That's about it. But on speaking of sci-fi settings, on tonight's show, I'm playing Cosmoritis, a Bellare hunter / specialist who's currently trying to transform a levitating disc into a shield that is currently carrying a decapitated slughead.
Yeah.
And
yes,
that is the #1 sentence you didn't imagine you'd hear today.
Those are all completely true statements. It is very true. Let us fire up our music then, and let's talk a little bit about. Let's put up some Outpost 31. Give me some of the Outpost 31.
Yes. Here it is.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. And let us get our recap going. It is a pleasure to have this crew with us. And let's make it happen. In our last session last week, in day 55 of Esper Genesis, we wrapped up the sub-adventure, if you will, known as Altai Media Presents, as the crew managed to escape the Bastion and to hopefully bring at least the beginning of a restoration of their good name. They did all this, of course, in the first place because their names had been smeared and associated with the kidnapping of a famous sim real star and with the apparent killing of her manager. And because of both of these reasons, the party was in big trouble, except that the party was able to make contact with a sort of, well, they still don't know, I guess, if they trust him, but a guy named Fel Amrik, who was a Kesh, who was apparently some kind of a smuggler and member of the criminal underworld, whose brother just happened to be the head of security on the Bastion, and discovered through him that there was some information to be found specifically on the whereabouts of the missing Sim Real Star, and some information about who it was that had associated the party's names with this, and also some information, hopefully, about Laris Baladin, the one who created the Long Winter, the virus that has been at the core of what's been going on with this party over the last multiple number of episodes, as they've been trying to find out what exactly has happened with the Long Winter and how they can figure out a way to stop it. The party went there, and thanks to some creative driving and some careful use of drones at the right time by Sleepwell and so forth, the party managed to make its way into the 80th floor of the Altai Media building, where they discovered several people there, including a character, Leanne, who was, as it turned out, a robot, apparently, of some kind, some incredibly advanced technology, which after killing Mavalian, the scientist who had information for them, a little bit about the Long Winter and about cyber viruses and about Stormdark, the rogue faction of the Zephyr Corporation that created the Long Winter in the first place, threw him through a plate glass window. The party managed to defeat her with some difficulty. She was not easy. And then managed to clear their good name when they got down to level 79 of the building by having the Hyperlance blow up these drones that had been sent, were prepared to be sent off to the Bastion to basically spread supposed video evidence, which was actually faked, deep fake video evidence, of the party confessing this crime, which they actually had never committed. Framed for a crime they just didn't commit. But I decided to just miss a chance at an obvious A-Team tie-in and instead just continued with the adventure, which meant that the Hyperlance, thanks to Petra's intervention, came and rescued the crew. The crew was alive and, in fact, managed to survive by getting onto the Hyperlance and got out of the Bastion, supposedly with information that would be valuable to them. Fel Amrik did speak to them just as they were leaving by scrambled video call, made it clear that they had gathered information that they had hoped for, and also that he was going to do what he could to clear their name, but in the meantime that it was probably a good idea to lay low for a while, at least when it came to the Bastion. And so the crew headed back to Pelsaros. The only fly in this ointment was when, a few days into their return journey, they were looking at vid feeds which had been sent to them from the Bastion and discovered one such vid feed of a heroic band of adventurers breaking into an evil corporation's building and going up where they had to fight off a deadly AI. And if that sounds exactly like what I just described 3 seconds ago, that's because that's exactly what it was. Apparently, the party was being videotaped from the perspective of the party. Perhaps those original little implants that were used had multiple purposes rather than just giving them access into the building. Said implants have now dissolved, and it should be said that apparently the party is still considered to be heroes, albeit with some criminal questions that still surround them. And the party arrived back at Pelsaros to find that the station is still in full reassembly, that Abraxas has now settled in as a station administrator, and that he had some information for for them regarding possible other avenues that they could go to in terms of exploration. The party then decided to do a couple of things. Sleepwell decided, along with Kaz, that they were going to take the anti-grav platform, basically, that Kaz had found back on the moon base of the Shadow Technocracy. This is many, many episodes ago now. And use that to hopefully turn it into some kind of, to jump out of game for a second, Captain America repulsion style shield. And so they began to work on this, and the person that might have the best information about it was someone who Sleepwell was none too happy to see, and that was Spindra. So the party went back to Spindra, spoke to her, and Spindra confirmed that, in fact, there was a way that this could be done, but they would need to find some sorium-infused durasteel to make it possible for them to actually complete the process of building this shield that they want to make. And so if they can find such sorium-infused durasteel, they may be able to make this awesome shield that they were thinking about. The slug head, in case any of you, like, for example, Johnny, are confused about what the hell that's all about, the creature that the party defeated when the ship was going through the wormhole between Peltiveria and Pelseros, you may remember that there was a huge, basically energy-eating space slug that attacked the ship at one point, and they basically took the head of this creature, and they had saved it, and so Sleepwell decided that it would be really cool to put that head on top of the anti-grav platform. I don't remember what the stated reason was, other than just it might make it more interesting. I don't, maybe Sleepwell
Free
can
money,
explain.
man.
Just free money.
People are going to be like paying like hot and cold money, just like
Yeah.
throwing money at me.
Yeah, that's right, Arunel. Yeah, I remembered the slug, and Carlos ran with it. Yeah, basically, that's exactly what happened. So, that's what the slug head is about. So, Kaz and Sleepwell went off to deal with the black market, while Petra, in the meantime, was trying to gather information about Tezora. As I mentioned, she found that there was information, I think she actually helped ask Sleepwell for help with this, that there was information about a certain figure that was a scientist that was associated with Tezora and with Petra's origins. And that scientist's last name was Maracli, the brother, Primus Maracli, of, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, by the way, Kat.
Is it
Maracli, or is it Maraclay, or
Markle
what is it?
or something.
Okay.
Rat Clay is fine.
Maraclay? Okay.
I don't know that I had written
Not Zac Clay, but
Maraclay. I see
Yeah,
what you're doing there.
Rat Clay.
It's a deep Easter egg for people to assume that it's Uzak. So Primus Maraclay came up under this information about this potential scientist associated with Tezora and with Petra, and we actually closed out our last session with the dun-dun-dun revelation that Petra had just discovered. But we're actually going to begin the session today with Aramis, because while Sleepwell and Kaz were heading off to deal with Spindra, and Petra was going back to do some heavy computer work, Googling of the 20-whatever century to find this information about Primus. In the meantime, Aramis was on his own, and no one felt comfortable deciding, well, clearly Aramis would be thinking about this, this, and this. And so I'm going to begin with you, Aramis, and I want to ask, while this is going on, and again, this is after the conversation everybody has with Abraxas about, you're back on the station, what is it that you want to do? Do you want to spend time researching stuff, reflecting on things, checking out how awesome your new duster jacket that you got back there is, Firefly-ish, whether that's all ready to go. What do you want to be doing and focusing on in the time that Sleepwell and Kaz are at the black market and Petra is doing the stuff with the computers?
Downtime.
Yeah.
All on Peltiveria, Pelseros, right?
Yes, on Pelseros.
He's gonna go visit Abraxas.
Okay. All right, we are going to go over there. Is that really... That's a huge air mattress, can I just say? It's just linked in chat.
What the?
Good gravy. That's ridiculous.
Right.
Arudinel just linked it.
I need to see that. Oh my god.
How high? Like, why? So it's not... Is it that high? Is yours that high? Is Aramis's that high? Yeah?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what, guys? This is it. This is the air mattress. Just so you know, when I imagine the air mattress, this is it. Anyway.
A California king, though, right?
How did you know, Carlos? Jeez. It even comes with like an inflatable sort of like, headboard and everything else. It's totally perfect.
Disco
Got an alarm
ball.
clock and
Four-poster bed,
exactly.
like it's for a
You're
bouncy
gonna see
castle.
Pops up
Exactly.
with curtains and everything else, and I've got like the whole Ebenezer Scrooge thing going on right there.
That's what this is. This is a bouncy castle. What Dragonspear said is right. Like that's what this is. This is a portable bouncy castle. Let's be fair. You got
Right.
the little slide off it. No, okay. So you're gonna go see Abraxas. Okay. So you are able to do that. So this is just you by yourself, I believe.
Yeah.
Right. So he when you arrive is at his desk. Since you missed this description last week, I will say that he looks much more Lando Calrissian style legit and annoyed with it. Much more like, the equivalent of papers to sign and things to do. And when you come in to the room, you can see that he's actually speaking with what looks like it looks a little bit like an Alfred, actually, although it's definitely not one in any way. That's not an Alfred, but it looks a little bit like that. And it's just standing in front of his desk. And so when you come in, he says, "Oh, just a minute, Aramis. All right, left." And the creature goes, and turns right. Up. And the creature ducks. Down. And the creature leaps up in the air, and like the table shakes because he bangs his knees against the desk, and he's got the actuator backwards. All right, head outside. And it begins to like walk towards him. He's like, no, come towards me. And it turns around and starts walking out towards you, Aramis, and it'll run into you unless you like, give it a little.
Aramis will step aside and kind of just pass.
So it goes through, the door opens, and then and Abraxas shakes his head and he says, "Sure, replace all of the labor, they say. Help out some others, they say. I have to see if I can talk to the Fenarg about getting something, whatever that was." And he slumps back in his chair. "I'm sorry, Aramis. What can I do for you?"
I'm here to fulfill that obligation I talked about when I left.
And he nods slowly. "All right, then." And he sort of waits for you to...
Sleepwell thinks I'm innocent. He seems like he's got proof. But that doesn't mean I'm not responsible for some of the things that happened. But I left my fate in Sleepwell's hands for turning me over. That doesn't mean I don't feel like I owe the Matakai.
He nods and he says, "Well, the most of the remaining Matakai have been here on the station. They've been doing some combat training. They're not entirely sure, I think, what to do next. Going back to, well, anywhere near Zephyrcore is probably not smart for them right now. But they also don't want to just sit in one place. They get stir-crazy. I don't know what it is you want to do to make it up to them, but I'm happy to aid in whatever I can. I will say that Sleepwell made it pretty clear. He doesn't want anything bad to happen to you. I was here for that much."
It's not about whether anything bad is going to happen to me. I appreciate the kids' tenacity in figuring out that I wasn't responsible, even though I still feel it, which is why I'm here. I'd like you to broker conversation between myself and whoever's leading the Matakai right now, locally, or whoever's responsible for, them as a larger group, government, whatever.
He nods and he says, "Have you talked to the Matakai about this? The ones that came with you, I mean, Layden, Kratos, that crew?"
No. I actually want to make sure justice is served and that debts are paid. I don't want to end up dead before my time. I've been dead once. It's not pretty.
He nods and he says, "All right. If you want, I can set that up by having them come here. In here, with perhaps a guard on standby, in case things get a little rough.
That sounds fine. Just do me a favor. Keep Sleeple occupied with the Fenarg while this is going on.
You don't want him to see this?
No. I want this to be a done deal before any of the crew is aware. Whatever it is that I can do to make my amends to them for the crap that the butchers did to their people, that's important to me. I may not be a criminal, I may not be responsible for death, I may not be responsible for taking actual action, but I do believe that in whatever small way, I owe them.
He purses his lips and shrugs. Well, if that's what you want, I'm happy to do what I can to facilitate. I won't tell Sleepwell about this, but you should know he has a tendency to find things out, even if I don't expect it. And as someone who is a retired in such business of skirting the legal qualities of security systems, it's quite possible he might find out. And if he does, I'm not going to deny it.
Look, like I said, I don't want the crew to know while the conversation is happening. Once the outcome has been determined, once we can determine a debt that I can pay them, whatever it is. It could be small, it could be big, I don't care. But my conscience won't be clear until I do something that helps them. Because so many of mine hurt them.
So he nods slowly, and then he says, hang on a moment. And he leans forward and presses a button. And he says, Conants. And he kind of clicks off, gets up and says, one moment. And he walks out to the door, door slides open, he walks through it. As he walks through it, he has to stop for a second. Go right. And you see the robot passing to the left in front of the door, like behind the door in the other direction. And he shakes his head and then goes in the other spot. And he's gone for, no more than like 30 seconds probably. And then he comes back and he says, all right, give me just 1 second here. And then he presses a couple of buttons on his desk again. And there's a sort of static and then, yes? And he says, Crotus, are you down there? Yes. Is that you, boss? Yes. Listen, are you monitoring the Matakai? The arena? Yeah, they're just... And then you hear this... like this combat sound of like something hitting something soft. And this kind of squishing sound and then a groan of pain. And he says, they're here still. All right. I need you to tell them to come up to my office. Well... Now, sting! You hear like metal against metal, and then a couple more like people pushing against each other. Yes, now. They seem to be a little occupied. And then, doosh, like you hear another sound in the back. All right, well, when they're done beating each other up, just bring them up here. All right, I think it might be, and then you hear a sound of like choking, and then dead silence. He's like, it looks like they're done. Right. When they've done whatever they need to do, bring them up here, all right? All right, yes, boss. And he clicks on the intercom button there and leans back. And he regards you thoughtfully, Aramis, and he says, from what I understand, Aramis, you've taken a different path in life. You're moving forward in a different way. You think you're going back to where you were by doing this? Maybe the time has come to think about the future, not the past, no?
Let's talk about the future. I'm an ashen forged. I'm something else that has died and been made somebody else's plaything. I'm like one of the automatons that sleep well. Creates, uses, befriends. I'm not innocent like the kid. I also don't have the same level of purpose that Petra has. She's got something that drives her. I'm aimless. I'm a wanderer. I have been for a long time. Part of the reason that happened is this past. Now, being aware of that past, it makes me think about my other past. The one before I die. But in order to get moving forward in my whatever life I have left, because as I understand it, we Ashen Forge don't last all that long. But in order to get and enjoy whatever's left, I need to take care of this first, and then I need to figure out who I was before. Because maybe then I won't have the nightmares. Because maybe then I won't be afraid of what's out there waiting for me. And I can find some little ball and some little rock in some little corner of this galaxy. Watch my pop culture movies from the 20th century. Drink my terrible rock gut. Eat terrible things. And be happy that I did something right once. Because I gotta tell you right now, no matter what we've done as a group, nothing feels right. Nothing feels like I've done anything right.
And he nods and he says, well, a burden from the past can be tough to bear. I know that from personal experience. You know your own business, but my sense of things has always been you go back to try to remake what you were. Do something right now to compensate for what you were in the past. All it ends up doing is highlighting the way that you were then, instead of really showing us what you become. I think if you ask the rest of your crew, I don't think they'd say that you hadn't done anything right.
That may be true. I'm not going to recreate my past. I'm trying to let it go by understanding what it was and then walking away from it. Because I've tried drinking my way through the last 10 years, wandering from rock to rock. At least that's the way I remember. After what the butchers did, after the way they took my memory, I don't know if anything I ever knew was true. Except for the nightmares. Once the nightmares go away, I can finally move on and be me.
Does that mean by yourself? Does that mean by yourself or with the others?
I might die along the way. I might die alone. I don't know. But I want to find out, free of whatever it is. And if that means I'm annoyed by that damn kid until he's old and gray and I finally end up in a grave or reborn again. I don't know. Can the Ashenforged be reborn again? Is the genetic material, is the living tissue able to be regenerated over and over as we become somebody's Frankenstein's monster?
Only legends would tell us about that. It's been quite a long time since I've had a chance to speak to an Ashenforged that cared about more than survival. Yet with your group, I've got two. You and Petra aren't like any Ashenforged I've ever seen before, you know.
I know. And that troubles me too. But I've only got one problem at a time I can solve. Right now, I'm trying to solve mine.
That's fair enough. Well, I suppose, and then you hear a doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, like a little thing at the door, and it says, he says, might be them. And he presses the button, and the door opens, and three people come in. The first is Crotus, who apparently, at least he seems to be, he's walking, accompanying them. You notice that he's got a laser rifle, although it is slung behind his back, basically. He looks to be a Promethean, and as he comes over, he takes up a position kind of against the window. Looks vaguely nervous. I don't think you've had many dealings or know about Crotus. You might have seen him before, but you certainly didn't know about the details about him. But this is probably the one that he was talking to, because he seems to move around a little bit nervously. Looks a little young, although the Prometheans are often a little bit like edgy and kind of like, excitable, but he seems to be very much kind of in that ballpark. And he kind of stands there, arms at his side. But having said that, he's wearing pretty decent looking combat armor, and he's got, as I said, the rifle behind him. He comes in and takes up a position near one of the walls, and the other ones, of course, that are with him are the two Matakai, Layden and Kratos. Both of them come in. They look slightly as if Kratos in particular looks a little, as his expression is its usual foul self, but he also looks a little bit like he might have been beaten up a bit recently. He seems to have one just slightly maybe favoring his right side, although it's not 100% sure. Layden also looks like she's gotten into it with someone recently, but looks as if she's come out a little bit better for it than perhaps Kratos did. And they come in, and Layden sort of nods at you and keeps her, folds her arms and says, yeah, you wanted to see us? Yes, Abraxas says. Yes, I did. Why don't you have a seat? Aramis wanted to talk to you, and I thought it might be easiest to do it here in my office. So Layden kind of gives you this weird, like, what? And then, like, walks over, sits down in one of the chairs. Kratos, however, stands back and basically, not exactly leans, but stands next to the other wall opposite of Crotus, who every so often, like, looks over at him, kind of, blinks nervously, and then, occasionally, like, moves his shoulders around, almost like he's feeling to make sure that the laser rifle's in place, comfortably hung there. So he does not sit down, but he is there standing, and Layden is now sitting down, and Abraxas looks over at you and says, all right, Aramis, this is your show.
Aramis would like to roll a lore check.
Okay.
For
the purpose of?
I'm going to argue that he could do this at advantage. And the reason is, I would like to know the way to honor a Matakai. If you are not either Matakai or you have comrades in arms with Matakai, but you are not actually Matakai. Like, because they seem like a pretty sort of warrior-esque.
They are,
honorable, sort of like almost Klingon-like in respect to the way they do things.
Somewhat. That is somewhat the case. Yeah, I would. Okay, yeah. Go ahead and make a lore check, and yes, you can do it at advantage.
How about 25?
So, having been raised by the Madakai, no, just kidding. Just joking. I know everything.
Having murdered families of Madakai,
Exactly. My name, Aramis Madakai.
Hey,
I am
Zach.
Madakai. As the author of the recent novel, I Am Madakai. No, none of those things are true. However,
Enemy Madakai.
you do know that there is a way. The greatest way to honor them, frankly, is in honor combat against them, but that has to be initiated by both sides, and it's not just like, hey, you want to go fight somewhere? Like, that's the kind of thing that that's the highest level of honor, is to fight against and either win or lose. These combats take place all the time, and in fact, ambassadors from other species to Madakai worlds generally have to go through something like that just to be accepted as legit ambassadors. Don't necessarily have to win, they just have to not die and not be cowards in the fight. But there's obviously a little bit impractical to do that right here and now, especially since, as I said, it kind of requires all the parties to agree. So the other way to honor them basically is to go before them, essentially, remove any weapon that you have, lay it at their feet, and then say, within the Madakai language, that my honor awaits your acknowledgement. It's kind of a very formal sounding way of basically saying, I consider, I want to, make an honorable declaration to you. As I say, very formal, and the Madakai don't necessarily expect it from just people everywhere, and they certainly don't expect it from people that have already fought with them, but that is the sort of formal way that you would do it.
So Aramis, with all grace, of course, not wearing his hat indoors, even though it's a station.
Sure, no, of course.
Right, but that's back on the ship. Wearing his duster, would remove it and fold it, sort of, in half, and then lay it off to the side. Step forward towards the Madakai. Go down onto his knees. First, removing the pistol that he has.
Okay.
And sort of placing it. So Aramis is right-handed, but he places it to his left.
Okay.
He then pulls the staff that he was given and places that sort of at the right, and then pulls a blade and places that in front of him, pointed at him, and speaks those words.
Okay. And are you looking,
then,
as you're doing this, are you looking at Layden?
I am.
Okay.
And once that is done, I then lower my eyes.
Okay. So there's a long pause, and you said you lower your eyes, so you're looking at the floor.
I look down to the ground,
okay.
Looking at the plate.
So you hear sort of a stirring above you, and several intakes of breath coming from elsewhere in the room. Perhaps Kratos, drawing breath a little bit more loudly than usual, and then you hear Layton's voice somewhat softer. That is unexpected, Aramis, but I appreciate it. Your honor is known to us. That's the formal reply, that part of it. And she says, going back into informal, but as far as I know, it is unnecessary. Is there some reason that you feel the need to be so courteous?
Yes. I have given you this formality to ask for something in return.
What is that?
that you give me a moment to make my case before any of you, not looking up, Aramis doesn't look up at all,
Okay.
before any of you take action. Once I have made my case, I will accept any action that you take.
And there's a sort of creaking of the chair, and then, all right, we are listening.
I was at Medicai's demise.
And you hear again the chair creak, and probably hear a kind of a type of intake of breath from, again, the space where Kratos was standing.
I was a member of the Butchers. I became aware of this information in this office. There is a long explanation that when this is done, should you choose, you may get the full story from Sleepwell. He even has documentation that will help you understand why I'm sitting here on my knees. I don't believe this, but I am told that I was not responsible for what happened, that I tried to prevent what happened, and that I was subdued and then subjugated to torture and the removal of my memories. As I said, I don't believe it, but there is evidence that supports this story. Regardless, when I first found this information out, before there was proof, I asked Braxtus here if the information turned out to be true, to turn me over to you when I returned. I left it to Sleepwell to make the decision as to whether I was to be turned into Abraxas for these crimes. As I said, Sleepwell makes a hard case for why I should not be punished. He has evidence. He did not turn me over to Abraxas. I'm here of my own accord. I make this choice to submit myself to you for judgment. Regardless of who or what or where I was, I feel responsible for what happened. Regardless of the decisions that I made and no longer remember, I feel that I owe you a debt. Braxis here has agreed to make this meeting happen so that I may offer my debt to you in whatever form you choose. The rest of the crew, friends, my companions, they don't know I'm here, and they won't know the result of your decision until this is done. I have made my case. Whatever you choose, I accept. And in the aftermath, Sleepwell will offer you a story that will tell you what he believes to be the facts. And Aramis goes silent.
So there's a long pause. And then you hear a movement from one side of the room. Something strides over quickly. You hear from Crotus's voice saying, or Croat's voice saying, oh, wait, hold on now. And then you hear a stink. And then there is this sensation of a blade just tickling the edge of your neck. And you hear a whispered voice. It is the voice of Kratos, who says, I had suspected there was something wrong about what you were. Most of my family was destroyed in Madakai's demise. I was told I would never find the butchers, and here they are in front of me. Tell me, Aramis, why exactly should I not finish this swing and remove your head from its body?
Aramis looks up directly into his eyes and says, you shouldn't stop. I offer you my life. That is the debt I am willing to pay for the mistakes that I believe I am responsible for, regardless of whatever the facts are. And if it offers you a moment of peace, take my life.
So you can see like his face, which is always just basically sour. It's not at all what it looks like now. It is filled with this mixture of deep, merciless grief and rage that is focused. You can almost see it reflected in the glinting light off of his axe blade. And he draws it up. And then, as the blade comes down, or begins to come down, a hand shoots out and catches it. This is, by the way, not so easy to do. And it's Layden's hand. And she sits there, and the muscles just, bulging as she's holding it down. And she says, this is not the way it's to be done, Kratos. You know that. You know what we are. Execution without trial, without consideration of the evidence is not our way. Our way was wiped out of the universe almost, and it began at Madokai's demise. You know this. Don't tell me what I know. Kratos, don't tell me what I know. And gradually, like, the axe blade comes back up. And she releases it. And she says, there was a time, Aramis, when I would have killed you before you finished your sentences. Like Kratos here. Then there was a time where I didn't care about any of it. I was only interested in money alone, and not honor. But when I came out of the egg at Bastraku, my parents made clear to me where my true gift lay. It was in my judgment. I will not strike anyone down without cause or reason and without evidence. Kratos. And Kratos is like, he's standing there, but like, he's let the axe blade go up, but you can tell, like, he's just like, you can see his fists are still trembling, even though she's not holding the blade. And she says, will you accept the judgment I pass? Will you accept what my people and our honor gives to him, to Aramis? And he's sort of like, so there's a moment where he looks down and up, and like and then just and there's behind you, you're aware of Braxis, like just sort of breathing, and the security guard is like taking his hand away from the gun handle where he was like, you know, and Kratos just does one nod and then takes a step back. And Layden looks at you. And Layden's face, unlike Kratos, is not filled with rage. But there is grief there. And she says, "Do you know of the Batera?" Now, in answer to that question, you can roll a lore check if you wish, to know if you know of this Batera.
It's 23.
You're on fire with lore checks today. And it actually makes sense because they are intimately tied together with the Matakai. Batera are very large lizard-like creatures with hardened scale hides, and they have 6 limbs. They are very common, but they are in particular some of the oldest beings that exist in the galaxy. In fact, some of their material of their bodies are evolved directly from foundational chemical building blocks that exist of the universe. They are, to put it simply, a kind of space dragon, if you will. The Matakai, it is believed, are descended from the Batera, and revere and honor the Batera in every respect. But you know, Aramis, that the feeling is not mutual. The Batera view the Matakai as abominations, as genetic mistakes. The Matakai, obviously, as I just said, view themselves as part of a legacy, of a lineage. They have warred before, the Batera basically doing what they could to wipe out the Matakai. And although there is an uneasy peace that exists, they don't get along for the reasons I've just described. And so that's what you know, so basically, of that. So I don't know how much of that you wish to relay back to Layden.
Aramis will look to her and claim ignorance and say, "I only know the name, and I only know the legend." And I'm sorry that I do not.
It does not matter. Because if you agree to this, you will learn. There is a ritual that the Matakai must themselves engage in to become accepted as part of Matakai adult society. It is a series of tests. One of those tests involves confronting a Batera. There are several of them that live in a nearby moon of our planet, Bastrasku. There they have established their own small society. They generally keep to themselves. They seldom take to space. But because of their incredible qualities, they have built extraordinary elemental fortresses from the living rock. And there within their caves, they dwell. At a certain age, all Matakai are sent to these creatures. Most are killed by them. Some defeat them. And a very few find another path. The Batera are not beasts. They are our forefathers. Their memories are ancient, and they can be reasoned with. If you would prove that you are worthy of our trust, then I will have you do something which has never been done. You must pass this trial. Now Kratos says, "What? This is an off-worlder. He cannot be asked to pass this trial." "You said you would adhere to my judgment. I assumed your judgment was not folly. This is foolishness." Kratos, call my command foolish again, and it will be the last word from your head as it rolls upon the ground. And Kratos, she looks back at you. You will take the test. If you survive your encounter with the Batera, then the debt will be repaid. For in the doing of this test, you will learn why what the butchers did was not the death of Madakai, but the destruction of their memory and honor that made them what they are. Understand that, and you can bury whatever your past was. And one last thing. It is permitted in Madakai culture to take one's best friends with them. You need not, indeed, should not do this alone. None but you are bound to this. But Madakai who take upon the Batera themselves do not survive, Aramis. All of them together, you together, may be able to survive. What say you?
Aramis dips his head. Head shaking, sort of doing the accounting. Looks among each of the Madakai, making eye contact, until he finally says yes.
And Layden sort of, Kratos kind of looks away. Layden puts a hand on his arm and says, "Hold on to hatred, Kratos. And where has that brought our people? This is the way of honor. Aramis has proven he is worthy of at least that." And Kratos, takes his arm away and turns, shakes his head, and then walks out of the room. And Layden sort of watches him for a while, watches the door as it closes behind him for a while, and then he will understand. In the end, he'll understand. You have time to prepare, Aramis. And when you go, we will give you the coordinates you need. I will accompany you in the ship, but when you arrive at the moon, it will be you and the companions you choose that must go to face the Batera alone.
Thank you.
And she stands and she says, "Do not thank me. It is your own path you have tread to this space. It is your path that you must now tread forward. The road ahead is yours. And then she turns and leaves. And as the door slides, there's a feeling of like air coming out of a depressure, like depressurizing, like for just a moment. And Abraxas sort of, well, throw me from here to Sorin Prime. And then all of a sudden he looks up, and Croats has been standing there like, well, get out of here. And Croats is kind of like, yeah. And it sort of like stumbles towards the door, like, and the door opens and closes behind him. And Abraxas looks at you and says, that was a damn stupid thing to do. But I admire it nonetheless, Aramis. When are you going to tell the others?
Aramis kneels speechless for a second, processing the entire thing. He looks up and says, as soon as possible. This is as much a teaching moment for the kid as it is for me. Responsibility has its costs. I'm going to let them choose if they want to go with me or not. Just as it was my choice to offer my debt to America.
Cost. I hope not too expensive, Aramis.
Expensive? Well, that actually brings me to something else. I have a question for you.
Name it before I call your friends.
Do you know if anybody keeps any records around where the living material is acquired for when an Ashen Forge is created? I'm sure there are some old war records. Maybe you can do some poking around and see if you can find some.
And he makes a couple of notes. Types in a few things into his computer. All right. I'll see what I can do. I'm less of a hacker than a middle manager these days, but I still remember a few things.
I'm sure there are many governments, hardened systems that you can probably dig into who don't want their little secrets about.
And he nods and he says, you realize if I start looking for things like this, there might be things out there that will notice the search.
That's what I'm counting.
And I think we cut that scene and switch to Sleepwell and Kaz. Sleepwell and Kaz, you are making your way down to the black market. And
That's right.
Because you have the interest of selling a few things and possibly buying also, as I understand it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as we're kind of like walking, we've got the disc behind us, and it's just, the slughead. I'm imagining we're attracting some attention.
Yeah.
And, the first thing, I say to Kaz as we're walking along is, it's like, man, I hope Aramis doesn't do something stupid.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I wonder what Aramis is doing with the downtime.
Yeah, it might have been a real mistake to just leave him alone to his own devices.
How
Oh,
would
well.
that be?
Yeah.
I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah, he can handle himself. He's got the inflatable bed. Don't need to worry about anything.
That's true. If you had just handed that over, by the way, it would have been fine. They're like, oh, this
Yeah,
solves
no,
all
what?
problems.
The
Oh,
secret-
this is a
The
great
secret
gift.
third way of honoring the Madakai that supersedes all others is offering an inflatable bed.
I mean,
and
that
then
has
it
to
just
be part of
solves everything.
Douglas Adams somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Like-
No, I mean straight up, right? So
well,
So basically, I would like to do, if this is like okay, I would like to kind of like do a lore check to see if I can think of someone in the black market who's interested in like big game prizes or, you know, safari trophies or other sorts of, you know, just basically people who might want a mighty large slug head.
So I would say about that you could do a check, but the check would probably be, I don't think you would know anybody on Palceros immediately like that, but you might be able to think of someone that you've run into in the galaxy in your travels that might have fit that description, Sleepwell. And you could then presumably either look for someone, like that would give you an idea of the sorts of people that deal in this kind of business, you know, that might help you with the black market here. Or it might be something where you could like drop that name to some people around and be like, I'm looking for someone who does stuff like this, you know, and see whether or not people know. Like that's something you could certainly do, I would say.
Okay, would that still be a lore check?
Yeah, I would say that's still a lore check, sure.
Okay.
Why not?
So, you know, I'm
'Cause
just
we
kind of
don't
like saying,
remember.
I'm saying this out loud to Kaz too, just in case he wants to do a lore check maybe too. But I did
Yeah.
get a natural 20. on
Wow,
that.
what is with everybody's lore checks
As
today? You're just
Kaz is like, Kaz is like, well, actually, there's this, and then Sleepwell immediately interrupts with,
Sleepwell's just like,
mansplain.
the answer is in the, like, you know, like you're channeling, you know, like. Yeah, you actually do know of a couple of people that were responsible for this. One of the advantages, Sleepwell, to your early encounters before you met this party is that you did a lot of traveling on smuggler ships, and you did so usually secretly, but it meant that you were often either next to dangerous cargo or heard people talking about dangerous cargo, and things like that, including the trade in exotic animals. Just as is the case in our modern 21st century time, in the distant future, there are people who want exotic creatures. Usually the exotic creatures trade is both illegal and really stupid because those things are exotic for a reason. They usually will turn on people and do something terrible to them, but some people are dumb and do dumb things, including the getting of these exotic things. So you know that it tends to be very expensive. It's very black markety, so you're really in line there. But one of the people that you knew in particular that was very big on this sort of thing was, in fact, the Prometheans. Because the Prometheans, who... It's not that they were less ethical, it's just that they were sort of more in tune with a lot of different races that did stuff like this, and they were willing to, you know, both serve as kind of like guards on smuggler ships, and also as those who could like hunt down in certain cases creatures like this. And it also should be noted that partly because of your, in spite of yourself, Volna background, you obviously know about the hunting kind of lifestyle a little bit and what that means. And so you also were able to identify with some of those people and the kinds of things they were interested in. Probably one of the most famous of these was actually a female whose name was Emery Artemia. And Emery Artemia was well known as being kind of an exotic goods and animals trader. You never actually saw this person. You just knew that this name came up a lot when discussions of exotic animals and where they would be found and traded to was going to be happening. And it was often referred to as someone like in the breathless tones that you'd be like Al Capone, or, you know, like that kind of thing, like Bonnie and Clyde, you know, like these sort of things where you have there's kind of a glamour around that kind of criminal aspect of them. So although you never met this person, that's definitely a name that you remember as commanding respect. Other than that, it was a network of kind of like, you know, lowlifes and ne'er-do-wells and people like that kind of kept this stuff going. But that name in particular always stood out as one that you knew. So, you know, maybe you drop that name around some places, you see where it takes you.
Yeah, yeah. I want to join those low life. So, does there seem to be sort of like an import-export business that seems on the shadier side here that we're as we're walking around here?
Well, so let's talk about that. The black market has established itself on the floor, basically right above where you first went down. Petra and the rest of you went down to find the Fenarg, kind of in the sub level. This is right above that level, basically. So on the same level where the bar was, where you first met Abraxas and all that kind of stuff. It is, when you get down there, I mean, it feels like it's basically like a bazaar. Like there are, stands and things and all this stuff everywhere. And a lot of the stuff clearly is not fully legal. This is the kind of thing that would never exist on Peltiveria or on Silrain Prime or, any of these main places because it's just way, way too illegal. But you're at Pelseros, that wretched hive of scum and villainy, where you've just eliminated the main governing authority. And the governing authorities that are left, your main administrator is a hacker, on the run from the law himself. So, it's pretty much the Wild West. Although, as you're going among this sort of black market, you can see that there are a number of guards around wearing that new logo that I talked about, which is, I think, that interlocking PS, I believe I mentioned. So you can see, I didn't mention that, Johnny, by the way, sorry, that they have new uniforms that they've been wearing that are sort of these PS sort of interlocking things. They're not particularly high quality, but you get the impression that Abraxas is trying to establish like a little bit of, at least we're wearing like we're on the job, or something, like we're wearing a uniform, that type of thing. And so you can see that there are a number of guards that are sort of around the market area as you get down there. Lots of people like walking through, lights everywhere, creatures of all different descriptions and types. And you can see that there are guards kind of watching from not so much from a distance, like walking through in pairs of two every so often. So, but there are many, many stands and places like that everywhere. And it's everything from like armor to gadgets to weapons to, knickknacks and whatever, lava lamps. I mean, there's everything you could imagine here that would be found. And so, as far as the shadier side of what is already pretty shady, you could do a little bit of asking around if you want Sleepwell. That's not going to be lore, though. That's probably going to be investigation, would be my guess, as you're trying to track down more information, let us say, about someone even more shady than where you are right now.
Okay, yeah. So, since I got the lore check, would that help guide me to promising people to ask me?
Sure, why not? But it's not going to be enough to get you all the way. It'll guide you to the people that you might be able to speak to. There are a couple who are off in one side of the black market who have, they're notable. You notice them in part because at first you think that they might be droids or robots of some kind, and then you see that they're not. They are fairly decent sized creatures, but they have these masks which basically are, they're a little bit like the again, jumping out of game for a moment, the mask that Leia wears in Return of the Jedi, that yoto, right, that thing, right? So it's that kind of like sound. And yeah, that's great. Yeah, I should just get the professional voice actor to do it. But yeah, so basically it's like that. And you can see that there are a couple of them speaking to a few others, and they're in front of them. They just have a couple of what look like maybe like just like two weapons, like two pistols lying on this one table. But it's like very empty besides that, and it looks like the discussion that's being had takes a lot longer than it would take to decide over having a couple of pistols, if you know what I mean. And so as you get close, they sort of walk over as well. Thank you very much, Elderono. Thank you for the 24-month sub. No, wait a minute. Elderono, if you've subscribed for 24 months, first of all, thank you. 2 years, that's amazing. Secondly, what name did you change from? Because I don't remember an Elderono who had 2 years worth of sub. So remind me what your name has been switched from, Elderono, so I can know.
Elderono was
City of Rono. Formerly Animus Maelstrom. I should know that. Yes, because you're a big Esper Genesis person. Thank you, Elderono. I appreciate it. Thank you. The artist formerly known as Animus Maelstrom. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 2 years of support. That's awesome. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, you see these two people sleep well, and you are with Kaz right here.
Yeah, so, I kind of just like mosey on up.
Wait, hold on. Sleep well. Wait, who are these people? you kind of went off on a wild old thing. I didn't understand half of what you were saying. Do you
Oh
know?
yeah. So we've got to find the connection to Amari Artemia, and I think these guys look like the right sort of people. You know, they don't have much to show right now, but if you know what to offer them, and then I kind of like do a gesture back to the slughead, they might be able to hook us up with the person that I think could really give us a good payout for the slughead.
Do you know if Amari is on the station?
Oh, I doubt it. I mean, that would be like Al Capone being on the station. Who's Al Capone, you say? You
Yeah,
should be
who is-
watching more of Aramis's movies. The point is,
I've been busy.
the point is, they can help hook us up to her, and she will have a buyer for this monstrosity back here.
Okay. We'll probably want to offer them something. I mean, we're not offering them the slughead because we're trying to get to the lady to offer the slughead, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I
So we
think
gotta pay for
they
their
can.
information
There can
somehow.
there could be a brokerage fee. I think 10% is typical. So, yeah, I think and he's really knows way more than or way less than he thinks he knows. He's like, yeah, we got this.
I would, try to. This is suddenly going into Kaz's inner monologue.
Okay.
I would try to stop him, but unfortunately, this is one of those rare cases where he actually does know more about the subject than I do. Unfortunately.
Just enough to be hoisted by my own petard.
All right,
here.
kid. Okay, if you're, I'm your backup. You go
And then,
right ahead.
So I'm just about to walk forward, and then I turn back and I'm like, yeah, how old are you? Are you like 15,000 years old or something? Like, how old are you?
Well, I have a certain age written down on my character sheet. I'm not sure if it's actually accurate. Let me check how long they live.
Also, Rudinell has just inspired Sleepwell
Yes!
with a quote, "You're about to need that, I can tell."
Back in character, Kaz says, I'm 34 years old. Belare, our race has been around for thousands of years, but usually most Belare that I've met have never been older than 200.
Wow.
So
I expected longer somehow.
I'm pretty young as well. I guess in a matter of perspective, I'm actually probably younger than you are.
I'd agree with that. Here we go, little brother. And
What?
so,
Oh,
just sort of
no.
point back. So,
Okay.
so I kind of now mosey, as I was so
Mhm.
rudely interrupted before. I mosey on up to these folks here, and the slughead just moseys right, with us, with the
Right.
tentacle or whatever
Yeah.
these things are on the top of his head, flapping back and forth. And I say, "Hey, how's it going, folks? I think you probably recognize my friend Kaz and myself. We're the heroes of Pelseros."
And the two kind of look at each other and then, yate.
Do we recognize what language this is?
Maybe. Let me
speak-
have you make a. God, how many lore
speak
checks can I have?
Belare, Protean, Matakai, and Denduzi. I don't. Is this Protean?
You mean? Oh no,
Protean?
Protean
I
is
don't know.
Promethean.
Yeah, where does it talk about languages in this book? That's interesting.
Let me just. I want to double check that quickly.
Yada.
Okay, there we go.
That means go away. Frell off. Languages.
Or it means delicious sticky buns. Like you have no actually how I do.
Right, right,
languages earlier. Oh, I see. Page
Okay.
114.
Yep, I see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
So
and then there's exotic languages at the top.
okay. So yeah, it's not actually that. So Sleepo, can you tell me what languages you speak?
I just speak. I forget what the common tongue is, but whatever that is.
Common.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it called that? Okay.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
Common. I speak Valna, and I think that's it. I think I only have 2 languages.
Okay. So neither of you recognize this language immediately, but if you make lore checks for me, you might know sort of the aspects of where it comes from, theoretically.
Can recognize Spanish, but can't speak it.
Yeah.
I got a 10.
Yate.
Okay.
Sounds like yate.
Yate.
I mean, I know what movie it comes from. Just don't- it doesn't
No,
help
that's
me.
Yato. Totally different.
Oh yes. 16.
I think you probably would recognize a little bit of this, Kaz. This is Scrollath, which is basically a language that is usually spoken by 2 groups. Sometimes the Shadow Technocracy, but also the Underworld. So it is almost like a little bit like in D&D terms, like Thieves' Cant, except that it's it's almost more slang than anything else. And the only thing is that it tends to have sort of very simple referent points, and the ones who are really skilled in it are the ones who can sense slight variations. Now, you spoke to them, I believe, Sleepwell, in common, and, they may or may not have understood it, but that's what they said to you. Is this yate, yate?
So I turned to Kaz, and it's like,
It's like a slang black market language. I don't know.
And
maybe we should say yate back. Yate, yate.
Toya. And one of them goes like this and does it actually like right in front of your face, Sleepwell, and then pulls it away, and they just sort of regard you silently. Heart and then that.
Yeah. So I kind of lean in a little bit, and I'm like, so to Kaz, I'm like, you said a black.
Do the gesture back.
Hold on here, bro, little bro. It's a black market language, you said?
Yeah. Yes.
Because nobody learns a black market language as their native language. They would pick that up, as a job, and it would be pretty hard to get around the galaxy without knowing common. So I have a feeling.
I think they. Of course, you're right, but it's a test of something.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna say hello again. I'm gonna introduce myself again as Ludicrous Sleepwell. This is my friend Cosmoritis, little brother, and we've got a bit of merchandise. Kind of gesture back to the song that we think you might be interested to help us offload. Probably very profitable in the right hands.
And they kind of stare at you, and then the other one that hasn't spoken yet, ta yo, and again does.
Kaz mimics the gesture.
And so when you mimic the gesture, the one who had his hand up for a moment grabs it. And then sort of keeps it there, and then the other one says to the other one, Ye tan. Ya, alienta. And they sort of look at each other. You maybe out of the corner of your eye notice a couple of the guards sort of like looking over in your direction. And then the one looks down, sort of looks you up and down, and still holds your hand with this one, and the other one, Yancha, and holds out their hand to you. An open hand to you, Sleepwell. And it does not look like a handshake. It looks like some kind of a something. Open hand.
Okay. So I'm going to do an open hand back and say, is this what I'm supposed to do?
Probably not. He pulls his hand away. Yota. And the other one sort of talks back to him, still gripping your hand, Kaz. And then the one who does not have Kaz's hand, and points at what seems to be pointing either at your, like, the equivalent of what would be your backpack or, like, your belt or something like that. Like, pointing at something you're either carrying or holding or have on your person, Sleepwell. And then points at it, and then again, open hand.
So I'm looking down at my utility belt here.
your
I,
cat belt,
look,
as it were.
yeah, just like, I pull out, sort of like the bat criminal repellent and the batarang and
Right.
like, no.
Don't you mean the cat ring?
I kind of, I'm fishing around for things that he could possibly be, looking for.
When you get to your staff, your nunchucky, right? And is that you or Aramis that has that?
I have something like a staff. It's not
the
like,
nunchucky one, but you do have a staff,
yeah,
right?
it's not nunchucky. It's
Okay,
just
but
like
it's the staff though. So when you get to the staff part, John Tesh, and he points again now specifically at the staff, and points and then holds open his hand.
Okay, and I say, talk to me in common.
John Tesh. He closes his hand and looks away.
So at this point, I turn to Kaz like, I think we're done here. I don't know what game they're playing here, but I'm not interested. And I start to slowly walk away. Very slowly. But
This
slowly.
one's like,
Clasp
John
my hand.
10. He hasn't yet. He's just like, he looks, I mean, you can't tell what they look like because they have masks on, but like his voice is, John 10. Like they seem a little perturbed by this turn of events.
Are we meeting them in a back alley of some sort? Like you
No.
said, there were guards watching.
Yeah, they're off on the edge of the market, but no, they're not, behind invisible somewhere. John 10. And the other one is sort of looking, like turns to you, Kaz, and the one who does not have your hand clasped, and points at your rifle. On 10, Tayo, and then opens hand.
The one hand that I don't have clasped, I raise it up like this.
Okay.
And then move to the set of iron bars on my shoulders.
Okay.
The hunter's rig.
Yep.
I'm just gonna make sure something here. Let's see.
When removed from the Bellari body, creates an explosion of 7.5 megatons.
Yep, you read my mind.
All right.
Let me see. Okay. All right. Perfect. And I take my hunter's rig that I got from, I believe an engineer or a shopkeep of some sort back on Peltivaria, and I disengage it, and steam starts coming out of the hot surface of it, and I lift it up with my free hand, and I put it down onto the table, not onto this guy's head.
Sure. and
I
he
nod my head.
and they look down. Yeah. John Tesh. And he points down at it, and the other one, and then lets your hand go, and looks down, and looks up, nods. Yo Jay, and turns and walks away from the table towards what looks like a small little, basically like a small kind of like almost like a concrete or plastisteel, some kind of mixture building that is one of the many squat buildings that are down here, basically surrounding the market. You can imagine there's a big like square essentially where all these things happen, and then around the edges are the more sort of permanent residents, so to speak, and they heads towards that, as does the other one. They leave your hunter's rig there, by the way.
I turned it to Sleepwell and say, I may have bought us a ticket in.
I'm still kind of Moses. Like, how do you know though? They're not talking to us. We should just leave. You should just grab your.
He gestured for me to go in. I'm going in.
Well, I'm gonna wait out here with the slughead.
Fine. But I may come out because they may want to see the thing that is the thing.
Sure, maybe they'll learn some manners.
What's the name of the lady that you want to find, or the person?
The name is Amari Artemia.
Amari Artemia. Okie doke. have fun. I'll be inside. If you hear shooting, call Petra. And I head in.
I'm gonna dial 9-1 and just have my finger over the one.
Okay, Kaz, when you enter the room, it is a small little room. I'm thinking of like Henry James, small, mean little room. It's a small little room, and there is a metal table in the center of it. And on the metal table are a number of what look like gadgets of various kinds, and a lot of blades and weapons and things like that. They seem to be small, but there are a lot of them, and a lot of them are glowing various colors as if they are infused with things or, powered with things or something like that. And so when you walk in, the two of them are there, and the door, closes behind you, and where is friend?
Friend outside.
Friend not listen, speak truth. Truth speak. Come here. No. Not here. Not here. They're speaking obviously common, but the language has a similar cadence in a way to the yate type of thing.
Yeah, Kaz is realizing that now. Well, I'm here. And we're interested in trying to sell something.
Weapon, armor, grenade, bomb, vehicle.
Did you see the slug head, the creature, the
slug
thing?
head slug, what? And
Yes.
the two robot, the two masks sort of turn towards each other. For a moment, they speak to each other. Yes. They look back. Slug head. What?
Never mind that. Have you heard the name Amari Artemia? Yes. Yate?
And they nod.
Where find?
Not here. Not on station. Planet. Moves around. Place to place.
Where find last?
And they shrug. One of them says, Ariadne Rift. And they shrug. Now, Ariadne Rift, you've been through. That was where you fought the space slug. And the Ariadne Rift is not a
Wonder what she's
place,
looking
it's a wormhole. So,
Yeah. Okay. Ship name.
Ship name.
Amari
ship.
Artemia ship.
No ship. No, they all look at you. They look confused, like they don't understand.
Fly. Vessel.
But vessel different vessel different. You get the impression they seem to be suggesting that she switches ships all the time.
Oh. Okay. Well, that's useful. That's fine. Do you let me see if I have anything of interest that might be of interest to you guys.
And while this
don't
is happening,
know.
Sleepwell, you're just kind of watching the door, I'm assuming. Like,
Sorry, yeah. Watching the door, making sure that, no one is trying to sneak up on me. Keeping an eye on the guards, too, just kind of like waving to them, making sure they're looking at us.
yeah, they seem, like they look in your direction occasionally, but they don't seem particularly interested one way or the other. Otherwise, no one seems to be coming in this direction that you can tell. Go ahead, guys.
Kaz is currently wearing that sort of matrix chameleon coat
Okay.
that can adjust its appearance to the current geography of
Right.
the surrounding area.
Right.
So Kaz provides a showcase of what the chameleon coat can do. He changes it from like the standard base black or brown color into something that I don't know how exactly it works, but blends in with the. I don't know if it literally becomes like a camouflage to the urban environment or if it looks like the people's clothes that are from here look like.
No, it's more the camouflage to the environment.
Okay.
You know, but still. So you do that, and they nod. Color change color. And they look at each other. And they sort of nod thoughtfully, as if like, that's cool. And sell, trade, sell.
Trade. I take it off and hold it in my arm. And I gesture
Trade,
to...
what for? And they like, the one indicates the table as if, what do you think?
So there's all sorts of weapons, you said, mostly?
It looks like there's a combination of a few things. There are some blades, there are a couple of weapons, and then there are a few gadgets that you don't know exactly what they do. There is one...
You said my favorite sentence.
Okay. That thing, the what they don't do.
Yes.
So there are 3 gadgets like this. The first looks almost like a tuning fork. It's basically a, metal base that extends into these 2 metal arms. But as you look at it, first of all, there's a little bit of a glow of blue around it. Secondly, it's hard to see, like, just stably look at the 2 arms of the fork because it looks like they're constantly shimmering, like even now, or vibrating in some way, even as it sits there on the table. So that's the first thing that you see. The second thing that you see is what looks like, for all the world, one of these. Looks like a water bottle. Sort of, I guess. But it is also glowing blue. And this one, the whatever the heck the tuning fork looking thing is, that blue that's around it is very faint. This one is a very strong blue around this water bottle sort of thing.
A glow in the dark water bottle.
Exactly. Even cooler than normal.
Even cool.
And then the third and final thing looks, I guess, a little bit like what you would think of as an old 20th or 21st century even, like, video camera. There's a lens in the front, and then you can see that there is a body with some buttons on it, like a square body, that you would press, and there's what looks like essentially a viewfinder on the back of it. And that is not glowing at all, but it is there in those gadgets. Hey, Div.
I gesture at the tuning fork object and say, "What do?"
And he pulls, and so he actually doesn't pick it up. Instead, he turns around and he goes behind him to a little spot near the wall where there's a small little table upon which have been piled what looks like this group of, like, clothes, basically this bundle of clothes. But on the top of it, you can see there are these thick leather gloves of some kind. And so he puts his hand in the glove and then comes over, and they look like these, like, almost oven mitts on his hands. And he reaches down and he picks it up. And as he picks this thing up, his hand is doing this, even as he's holding it. And he sort of brings it close and he says, no touch. Touch. Drop. Throw. Vibrate. See? And he moves his hands like this.
How carry?
And he nods and he looks back at the clothes, and the other one goes over back there, and there is these very thick kind of rags, basically. They look like rags, but they may have some, like, leather, aspects to them as well. Very, very thick. And they point. He points at this and, cover, wrap, cover.
Okay. I point at the water bottle, the glowing one, and I say, "What do?"
And he nods. He goes back and he puts the, vibrating fork down on the table and goes back and drops his gloves off, and comes back over. And he takes the bottle and he lifts it up. And then he nods to the other one, and the other one goes over and brings over what looks like this bucket of the filthiest, like, I mean, it looks just like, it smells bad, it's sulfurous, there's like, you think there's some green stuff on top of it, it looks foul, right? And he unscrews this bottle and pours it in and closes it, and then he presses this little button on the side, and the blue glow that I mentioned that's around the whole thing glows even brighter blue, and then dims again. And then he opens the bottle, flips it open, and hands it over to you.
I can't drink. I'm sorry.
And he points down at the ground.
I look at the ground.
There's nothing on the ground, apparently. And he says, water. Ground. And he goes, take. You take. And he does this.
Okay, I take it.
And
I pour it.
so as it pours out, what you see is crystal clear liquid.
Okay.
I mean, just as if it was coming from a spring.
Yeah. Interesting. Good. My race, or species, I should say, does not need water, but that would be useful.
Friend outside. Not Bellari. Bellari not.
Yeah. I might get him to come talk to you guys. I think your information about Amari was very useful, and I actually would love to trade this chameleon coat. Trade for fork, and I point at it.
And they nod, and he sort of holds out his hand for the coat.
I hold out my hand for the tuning fork.
And he sort of looks down, and then, with his mask, and then sort of nods to the, jerks his head over his shoulder. And the other guy goes over, puts on the oven mitts again, goes back over, picks up the fork, and begins to hold it over to you with the thing like this.
Cover.
And then goes back over, covers it,
Okay.
and then is able to take the mitts off.
Yeah.
And brings
Okay.
over the bundle to you.
And Kaz goes for a simultaneous exchange.
Okay. So they take the coat and they look at it, and and meanwhile you take the bundle. When you take the bundle, Kaz, even wrapped in this thick stuff, you can feel slight vibration even now inside it.
I have no idea what this is. Yate?
And nods. More?
What do? And I point at the camera, the last object.
And so he picks it up. Look through look. Far, near, all. And so he sort of hands over to you the the thing with the viewfinder.
I look into it.
So you see immediately inside the viewfinder, there's what looks like a grid. And there is you're looking at them in front of you, because that's what's on the other side of this. And there's a grid around them. And you can see that the grid, which is 3x3, is glowing. The entire grid is glowing. And you notice that if you push the buttons on the side, and they sort of explain this to you, I won't roleplay that part of it, that you can basically zoom in on one of the squares. But as you start zooming in, you're a little bit shocked, because you are able to zoom in so far that all of a sudden you think you might be looking at the molecular level of this thing. Like it's zoomed all the way in. And it's a little
Zoom
disconcerting.
times 1,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing to note, as you're using this, it gets very hot when you do that.
Okay, I revert it back to its...
Okay. And it begins
default.
to cool very quickly as you do that. But not immediately, but it cools down, you know.
I say, test. And I turn around and, if I wanted to look at Sleepwell, would it be as simple as just opening the door and then trying to look through this
Sure.
thing? Okay.
You-
So I do that.
You open the door, and I think, Sleepo, since you're looking at the door, you can see that the door opens, and Kaz is standing on the other side with this thing to his eye. Yeah, you're able to see, basically, again, the same 3x3 grid. And if you want, you could try to zoom in on some part of it, of that grid.
Would like to zoom in on Sleepwell's nose.
Okay. So what it does is it zooms in like very quickly, and then it's like, you know, like, and all of a sudden you're like the fur like of the nose, and then like the into the pores, and then you're just like, you know, inner space, you know, like you're just like just diving in
A galaxy.
Yeah,
inside his
pretty
nose.
much, like, yeah. As you're sort of zooming in,
Okay.
right into the middle of it.
I click it back to its default.
Okay.
And
And again,
that's
you
what-
felt the heat that I mentioned, but yeah.
Apparently that's what the inside of a Volna's nose is like. Okay. Don't really know how useful this would be, other than, I mean, zooming in a lot. But I do have a scope. Yeah, I'm all right. I might regret this, but I hand it back.
Okay, so you hand it back to them, and
I do.
they, more?
Unless you want to give me something.
Give not give. Trade, yes,
Didn't
trade.
think so.
So I just want to quickly interrupt that, like, you know, now that I was like looked at or whatever, and I saw that happen and go back, now I'm getting curious, and so I'm gonna walk in to the door, you know, Slug, you know, trailing behind me, and kind of like, you know, peek in and say like, everything all right in here?
Oh yeah. Nice of you to join us. I got this. I got it. It's really cool.
What is it?
It's some sort of fork. Yeah.
And you gave up that cloak that saved our bacon, like the last,
It
just
didn't
like
save,
the last.
It didn't save anything. It barely worked.
It worked for me. Like I was wearing it the whole time to infiltrate.
But you could have just worn any normal clothes.
All right, so then I noticed that we're fighting in front of our guests, and I say sort of like,
they do speak a little bit of common, but
oh,
yeah.
So then I say, hi, I'm Ludicrous Sleepwell.
You gotta get straight to business, though.
Okay,
I'm gonna
so
put
then-
this away. You
Okay.
go right ahead.
Okay, so you do that. What? Good night,
So-
Ellis.
So I'm scanning the table too, just to see sort of like things that might be of interest.
Sleep well. They said I put it away now. They said your contact is found in the
Ariadne Rift.
Ariadne Rift, somewhere about there.
Well,
which
that's
is
where they
actually-
saw last.
saw her.
They're a little
last
vague about it.
before them. So they said that Amari travels quite a bit. So that's what they know. And then I got this thing.
Okay. Well, what would you trade for the slug head? I just sort of like say.
And they kind of the robot masks kind of look up. Slug head slug. What do?
Precious object, precious, good for trade.
Vorkata.
And the mask sort of swivels over. And then they talk to each other. Yonchen, Askan, Konnas, As, Onas. And they're like, this back and forth goes on for a little bit. And then, eat good? Good eat?
Well, at this point, I will take out my little vibra knife and cut a little piece of slug off of it, and just say like, "You try you."
And one of them like takes it like looks at it through their mask, and then and sort of starts like pulling at it basically, and then like, so it is the toughest of like, imagine, chat, if you will, the toughest of jerky. Imagine that tough jerky is now stale and rubberized
and made of slug.
And so this sluggy, if you will, like is just like, and then rip, and they manage to like rip off a piece, and they put it close to their mask, and there's this strange like sound. They must be smelling it, presumably, coming through the mask, and then
I hope so.
Smell good smell. Whole head whole. And they point at the whole head, or what's left of it.
Yes, trade head trade. What give what?
Come. And they, because you were right outside still when they were joking this, so they turn and like invite you back into the place with the previous table and stuff that I've described. And if you, assuming you follow them, you see the view for the camera that I've described looking thing. You see the water bottle thing that I've described, and then a few blades and a couple of weapons. Most of them glowing some version of blue, although not all of them.
Okay. I'm just gonna do a scan of the weapons, and what I'm looking for is not necessarily something that is like good at murdering, but definitely something that's either like good at like subduing, paralyzing, immobilizing, netting, anything that can kind of like do that sort of thing.
Okay, so anything that's about now, importantly, are we talking against organics or synthetics?
In this case, I'm just looking to see what's on the table. So like anything that seems to have a subdual kind of power, but it would be mostly against organics that I'd be interested in if they had something like that.
Okay. So you see...
Find a club. Yeah, thanks, Stephen.
You find a club, yeah. So you do find one thing, which is that these two glowing blue orbs, basically, for want of a better term, that are on the table, but they seem to be an orb that's in 3 tiers. So it's a ball, right? And then you got the top slice, the middle slice, and then the bottom. And it looks like these things all rotate. And the one picks up, turn once, twice, 3 times, boom. And you get the impression that basically what it does is if you turn the top one once, that creates a stun effect when it explodes. If you turn the top one and the middle one, it creates a much stronger stunning effect that could even potentially be damaging. If you turn all 3 of them, it releases what appears, you would guess, to be raw sorium energy inside, and will do a lot of damage. And the way that it works is when you turn these things, you have basically how do I put this? The length of time that it takes you to turn it is how long you have before it does whatever it's going to do. So if you basically just go click and then throw it, it's going to go beat, blow up, right? If you go click like over 2 seconds and then throw it, it'll take 2 seconds for it to go and do whatever it does. They have basically a set of 3 of these, and they are essentially one-use items. Like once they blow up, that's it. But they look like they are, you got stun, you've got strong stun, and then you've got, blow up all the things.
So I asked them, so that's the only thing that I see that looks like it would have any kind of like immobilizing.
In that immobilizing quality, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, I take the 3 and I'm like, take head, fair trade fair.
And they kind of, and they do their back and forth, and then, and they nod as if, they approve.
Okay. And so I think, head yours. Good
And-
feast good.
And they kind of lift the head, and the one goes over and puts it on the pile of clothes behind them where the oven mitts are, like, on top of it. Okay. And then they see, now, because you still had the slug head, did you have it on the anti-grav platform or not?
It was
Okay.
on the underground.
So they
platform.
see that, and, what do? And they seem to be pointing at the anti-grav platform.
And that's it. Oh, no work, not fixed, need work. Still working.
No, and they start pointing at the table. Pointing at the table and then back to the thing.
Yeah, so it's just like, still working, not ready yet.
And one of them looks and basically says, like, and shows you, like, blade, weapon, water bottle. Like, offers you 3 things for it.
At this point, I look at Kaz.
Let's keep what we have.
Oh, Kaz, I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said let's keep what we have. Sleep well. I'm ready to go.
Okay. I say another time, another, not ready. Thank you. We thank.
Yate.
Yate. And they all nod. Yate. And at that point, you can, if you wish, depart the place. Are you more or less done with black market stuff?
Yeah, I think at this point. But as we leave, I want to say to Kaz, the most important thing that happened was finding Amare, because I have a feeling she's the one who's going to help me find my dad.
Hold on. You're saying that this whole slug thing, this whole slugfest, was all to try to find your dad?
Yeah, I don't have any leads, and I've lost Lamalkai's trail. So the only thing I could think to do was to get into the black market, and I think Amari's the lead that we've been needing.
Your level of genius surpasses me. Sleep well. Truly.
Stick with me, little brother.
So as
is this how Aramis feels?
as they head off, this is a good moment, I think, for us to reset and welcome everybody who's watching day 56 of Esper Genesis, The Road Ahead, a session I've really thoroughly enjoyed so far. What we're going to do is take a 5-minute break. When we come back, we're going to talk to Petra about what's going on with her computer search and elsewhere, and then are going to go back and then I as writer and teacher can tell. This is what happens when I try to play. Tell yes, yell tell yes.
Play you.
Yeah. And then when we come back from after we deal with Petra's stuff, then we will talk about the party reassembling, where Aramis may have a bit of news. If you like what you've seen and heard, please follow us in the channel so far, and please talk about how awesome Johnnie Pittman, Cat Rambo, Carlos Hernandez, and Zac Clay are. We will be back to you folks in just about 5 minutes. Please hold tight.
Yate.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. And welcome back to day 56 of Esper Genesis. Oh, I see that while I've been gone, Petra has become Kaz. Sleepwell has become... All right, just give me a second. I'll fix this up in just a moment.
We did nothing.
Hang on just a moment. I've got all of this done. It's like a Rubik's Cube of awesome. That's what this all is.
Johnny has a question.
Yes, Johnny.
Did we level yet?
No.
Damn it!
It's coming though.
I thought I did. I thought that slug negotiation was gonna put me over the top.
Is that the thing? That was worth an extra 13.5 experience. No, I'm kidding.
Rounded down.
Yeah, rounded down. Okay, let's see. Why the freak... Man. This is not working. All right, Sleepo, you go over here.
Streperous. Where's Twitch? Are we actually other people now? How does that happen?
Someone left, I guess, and came back in, and when that happens, that affects...
If you turn off your video, then it messes up his
Oh.
overlay.
Oh, did not know that. Sorry.
I was the person that did that.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
think Carlos did too. Together, Carlos and I have just
We got it fixed.
well
It's
done,
all-
Carlos.
It used to be, it actually was more of a problem, and then Zoom now allows you to move around windows, which makes it a lot easier, because I could just kind of, it's just a little Rubik's Cube until everyone gets back in the right spot. But everyone's in the right spot, so. Okay. So, yeah, so we had, when we last left our heroes, we were just at finished the black market scene with Sleepwell and with Kaz. And so now I want to jump back to Petra. Petra, I want to, the last time that I left you, you had just found out this information about Primus Miracle. And so what I wanted to do was I wanted to ask a little bit about what then are you doing about all that, about that knowledge? Like, what is your next stage of information gathering that you want to do going forward?
I'm going to track down everything that I can about Primus.
Okay.
And I'm particularly trying to find any connection between either Miracle and the Hyperlands.
Okay. I am going to ask you to make a computer check, please. For those, by the way, in chat who are not sure what's going on, so Tizora Miracle is a Dendusi who was a frenemy, no more than that, was a friend of Petra who has gotten Petra in lots of trouble, and Petra has grown increasingly frustrated by, and has crossed paths with the party on several occasions during the course of this campaign, and might have been lost in the attack with Colonel Blatt and so forth on Earth some sessions back. That's unclear. But, so what we got? We got a 16. So, so anyway, that information is, that's what the deal is with that. And Primus Miracle apparently was the brother of Tizora and was a scientist of some kind. And so now that Petra has figured that out, just trying to find out more as we go along. So as you begin to sort of look into this, you do start to find some references, although you're not an expert, a computer expert, the way that someone like Sleepwell or others might be able to do, more of kind of, or certainly someone like Abraxas, for example, in hacking. But even at that, you're able to find, now that you have a name to look for, that there are a number of deleted references, basically. Things that say the name, and then when you click to go through them, they end up going nowhere, like the equivalent of 404 file not found, type of things. But you do gather a little bit of information that is important, which is that Primus Miracle was doing some kind of research, and it definitely was research involving Ashenforged. But beyond that, you're not able to find any details about what that means or where, because again, you find just a bunch of sort of dead links and things like that. You even find a couple of references, basically going really deep into this. You find what are the equivalent of message board names, things like, Primus Mar 265 or something like that. But again, when you try to track the name and reverse engineer it, it ends up nowhere, or it's just kind of a, an alias of some kind that is clearly being used just for that. And there doesn't seem to be an easy way to go beyond what you just see. That's the obvious stuff that I mentioned.
So when you say experiments on Ashen Forge?
Unclear. It's not clear if it's with, on, involving, being helped by, something about research and Ashen Forged.
And do I have any sense whether he's involved in sort of the process of making the Ashen Forge in the first place? I don't know.
Don't know.
Okay. Very interesting.
Don't know.
And I have no sense where he might be right now. I just know.
Maybe. The one thing that you know, and this is from your own knowledge of the Dendusi, because remember, the Dendusi themselves were very connected to the Ashen Forged. And so the one thing you know is that the Dendusi were often found near and around the crucibles, the places where the Sauriums were first discovered. There are different places where these can still be found, where you can find sort of like, you would clearly need to go to some places to find more information about where the crucibles could be located that they might be working on. But they were the ones who often spent time scientifically going to these places so that they could do that research, the crucibles, I mean, and then coming back to their own planets with the labs and things like that. The Dendusi, I'm trying to look for the name, which I cannot find immediately, which is the main, which is the planet, the main planet for the Dendusi. Right, Dendusar. Okay, so let's see. Let me find where that is.
And I am going to look on Primus's name and mine, as well as Primus's name, and see if there is any connection to Aramis.
Okay. Let me have you make a computers check while I'm looking for... Oh, there we go. There's Dendus. If you look at your handy-dandy map, you'll see that Dendus is down here. Now, here's the thing about Dendus, and this is the thing that makes things a little bit more difficult. Dendus has, on multiple occasions, been invaded and taken over and basically colonized and then driven out again. So the Zamarin horde, for example, was set upon. So first of all, there were these insectoid creatures from Procmel, which killed a lot of the Dendus, forced a lot of the Dendus into centuries of slavery. Once the Dendusi, who were one of the ones to find the first crucible, found it, they were able to use that power to vanquish these creatures, which didn't last for long, because then the Zamaron horde came in, because they were like, oh great, now we actually have this power that's no longer guarded by this other terrible race. They came in, they were driven away. Then the Lorendi, who you've already had dealings with, showed up. They came in and invaded. So in each of these cases, the Dendus civilization has fallen, but not completely. Then there has been resistance. They have risen up, and they have thrown off their oppressors. And at the moment, Dendus is run by the Dendusi. But the reason I bring that up is that there are layers of sort of various civilizations that at one point occupied the homeworld that make this a little bit more complicated. It is one of the reasons that the Dendusi spent their time researching things like the Ashen Forged in the first place, because they were constantly being invaded by various people and come from a history of enslavement. So anyway, I wanted to mention that complicates matters a bit, basically. So having said that, when you do this second search, I'm not going to make you do another search for this part yet. The whole view with Primus, like Petra and Primus and you and Aramis, comes up completely empty. But the Maracli name shows up on several occasions. And again, it's the Maracli name, but it doesn't always have the first name, so it's not always Primus. Sometimes it's just Maracli. And as you know, Tizora Maracli always tried to keep her name sort of hidden. Like, she popped up in different places, but she was not advertising her name in different spots. So it's odd that you see sometimes references to Primus Maracli and sometimes references to just Maracli, and you don't know who that refers to, Primus or Tizora or Bob or Susan. Like, you have no idea, right? But it's interesting that the name pops up sometimes not with the first name associated with it. But as far as your name or Aramis's, no. There's no references to either of those.
Okay. Well, I'm going to scribble down some notes. I'm not going to confer with the Hyperlance right now. At some point I may. Right now I want to go check in with my friends and see what's going on.
Okay. One note that I want to make while you're gathering all this information together. On Dendasar, which is listed on this map as Dendis, but it should be Dendasar, I think. But on Dendasar, the planet, there is a tower, which is known as the Pholus Tower. It is basically a high-tech spire. To jump out of game for a minute, think about the tower in Dubai. You know, that hugely, the biggest, the tallest building in the world, that one. Sort of thin and tall. This thing is several thousand feet from the ground up in terms of height. And it's been rebuilt multiple times. I bring it up because within this thing, somewhere in the center of it or at the bottom of it, you've never been there, but you certainly, as an Ashenforge, would have heard of it. There is supposedly an enormous amount of crucible-driven lore to be found. And it is, again, it has never actually fallen under the many times that the planet has been invaded, because it's always the place that the invaders wanted to use to try to gather information. But only the Dendusi have really ever been able to fully unlock the secrets of that Pholus Tower. So it's something to think about in that as you're doing your research, there are references sometimes to the Miracles. Not necessarily we work in the Pholus Tower, but it's a pretty good guess that if they were like most Dendusi scientists, that they would have at some point brought their knowledge from the Crucibles back to this place for research and further study, because it's filled with libraries and labs and, you know, that sort of thing. It is the center of learning, basically, on the planet.
Thanks. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, now you said you were gathering up with the rest of the crew, I believe.
Mind a swirl. I will go
Yeah.
confer with my companion.
Like the tower itself. Okay. Well, as you head out, then what I would say is at this point, probably Sleepwell, Kaz, and Petra, you would get basically a call from a message from Abraxas. And he says, Aramis asked me to have you come to my office. He has something to talk to you about, I guess.
Cool. We'll be over there soon.
Yep.
You okay there, buddy? You sound a little off.
It's been an interesting I'll see you in a bit. And so he sort of clicks off. Yeah, you get the impression that he's a little bit like, he did seem a little perturbed. Sleep well, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, so heading on up.
Kaz, Petra?
Yeah. Going that way as well.
Okay, when you enter, you see Abraxas sort of behind his desk, sort of looking. He's got his hand in his chin, and he sort of is just looking over at the desk, and he kind of, his eyes flicker occasionally back to Aramis. Aramis can tell you where he is, which I'll let him do in a moment. But as you all come in, you can see that Abraxas, anyway, seems thoughtful, I guess might be the way to put it. And as you all enter, I would say that probably Petra gets there first, Sleepwell and Kaz slightly after, but not by much. Aramis, the floor is yours in terms of what you want to say, and also where you want to be. Where are you when they come in? Leaping out of the window.
Well, no. I mean, I think Aramis is probably got his back to the door.
Okay.
Which would be uncharacteristic for Aramis, but it's almost like he's lost in thought. His jacket is still off. The smaller version of the staff / nunchuck thing is replaced in its proper spot on his belt, along with the pistol. But the blade is something that he continues to turn over in his hands.
Okay.
And occasionally it glows a little bit with a little bit of Esper power, but nothing more than just like you can see that like Aramis appears to be in deep concentration.
Okay, so that is what you all see.
As the three of you kind of arrive, and Abraxas is kind of just shaking his head, Aramis will eventually turn around and kind of meet the gaze of two of you and try to figure out where to look for cause. And Aramis will look directly at Sleepwell and say, the Matakai would probably like to speak to you.
Which you mean the ones who worked with us?
That's correct.
Sure. What about?
They would probably like to see the evidence that you have.
Oh my God! Of course. Oh, how stupid! I should have done that first. Yeah, where are they? I'll show them right now. You are clear, and that was really irresponsible of me. I'm so sorry. Gosh, I got rid of the slug head. I got grenades. Okay, I'm gonna be serious. I really apologize to you. This was super important. I mean, this is your absolution, and I was, well, I'm gonna make amends. I'm gonna go see them right now, and I will clear your name, and then the burden's lifted. There's just nothing else to worry about, and we can move forward.
Sleep well. What you will be doing will be in support of something I've already taken action on.
Sure. You mean you told them? You told them what we discovered? Yeah, I got you.
I showed them honor and submitted myself to their judgment.
Wait.
They have given me a task to prove my worth. And he looks over at Cause. And he says, something I think you'll be able to help me with.
But so, like, wait, you submitted, but I mean, clearly, like, nothing was decided yet, just because I haven't shown them the evidence that absolves you. So I'll go show them, and I mean, they seemed really honor-bound and reasonable. I think they'll see the evidence, and then we're good, right?
They will believe you in what you tell them and what you show them. But before you had an opportunity to, I did what I needed to do, which was to show my honor and my honoring of them and their sacrifice. And they gave me a task.
But you didn't do anything. We literally have evidence that shows that the only thing you did was stand up for them. You fought for them. What are you talking about?
I did. In that video, in that evidence that you have, I did. That
Great.
doesn't mean that I don't feel responsible. And he looks at Sleepwell directly in the eyes and just won't look away. Just because I'm innocent does not mean that I am not responsible for the actions of those I was with. Those I was associated with.
So the word innocence in case you've never heard it before, and clearly Sleepwell's getting heated now. In case you've never heard it before, means you were not responsible. Like, remember how you gave me this duty that I took very seriously, and I applied logic and reason to it, and I put the evidence right in front of you. There's no denying it. That's what innocence means. You were not responsible.
I don't remember Sleepwell.
You don't have to. I
You're right.
remembered it for you. I
don't-
found it. That's what reasonable people do. They listen to evidence.
I don't have to remember it because you found the evidence. That's right. But just because I'm innocent doesn't mean I'm not responsible for the actions of those I was with.
Actually, yeah, it does. It does. You tried to stop them. You literally interfered with their plans
And I
to commit
failed.
genocide.
I failed.
Oh my. At this point, Sleepwell takes a step back, turns away, and he creates a quick construct that looks surprisingly similar to Aramis. And he goes, "You gave me," and he's talking to the construct now, of course. "You gave me this responsibility, and I followed through, and you said you would follow my will, and then you go behind my back, and you talk to the Matakai, and you absolutely undermined everything that we had talked about. You behaved with honor towards them by destroying the honor that you pledged towards me. And you know what then? Fine!" And I dismantle the construct. Then I turn around, back to Aramis, kind of like call her up. Was there a mark on Aramis's neck left behind from the sword?
No, I wouldn't say so. It was so close that you could feel like just the edge of the sharpness, but not enough to break skin, I don't think.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
there's no physical mark
No, I
of
don't
anything
believe
that
so.
happened. Okay, so so Sleepwell goes back and looks Aramis in the eyes, and he says, "I'm gonna go show the Matakai this evidence, and I expect they're going to be a lot more reasonable about it than you've been," and walks out toward the Matakai.
Okay.
Aramis, what did they tell you you have to do?
Yeah.
What's the name of the female Manakai again?
Ladon.
Wait.
Yeah, Ladon.
Layden, in her wisdom, said that I must prove myself like someone of the young of the Matakai by taking one of the trials or tests that they have. When I gave them this information, I told them first that they would want to speak to Sleepwell, that he had the evidence, and that what I was giving them was my honor, was my debt to them, because I felt responsible. And so, instead of taking my life, which I'll be completely honest, that was a situation that I was facing. Instead of taking my life, Layden said that I might prove my honor, prove my worthiness of their respect, and of my own moralities, by facing one of their trials, something involving a Terra.
So, This is the same sort of trial one of their young folk coming of age faces?
That is correct.
Then if that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do, I would think. But you and Sleepwell have a serious rift here, Aramis. I'm worried about that.
I know, Captain. It'll be fine. No, Aramis looks Petra directly in the eye and he says, It's part of the past that I don't remember. Of this life. But it haunts me. I have nightmares.
And you want to feel like you've paid your recompense.
I think that's admirable and something that I support wholeheartedly. But I want you again to remember Sleepwell is young and doesn't have that many people to model himself after. And you are one of the people that he has chosen.
Which is why I must be responsible for this and show him that consequences still matter, regardless of my innocence. I am responsible for the people that I was with.
And that's fine. Do it in a way that teaches him, though, and not in a way that drives him away. Be careful of that.
I think on another note, though, when I was learning their language, the Madakai told me about this trial. They couldn't have taught me their language without doing so, and that's not something you do alone.
No.
Is that what you meant? That you want our help?
I'm not asking any of you to go with me. I'm just informing you of the circumstances of the situation. I know that your experience with the Madakai will actually provide some wisdom. And I wish to understand more about these trials because they said something interesting. Most fight, not very many survive. But some take a different path. And I don't know what that means. But I'm not looking for another fight. I won't be able to do it alone. Of that, I was made very clear.
Well, I don't think there's any question that you'll be doing it alone. That's ridiculous. Of course, we'll help you with it.
I did not agree. I did not agree to helping Aramis.
Very well then. Speaking only for myself.
With as much as well, Petra, to some degree, I'm surprised. I don't know if you remember the last fight we were all in. That if not for Sleepwell, perhaps all of us would be dead.
We would be.
Aramis, I don't necessarily agree with your point of view on this. I can understand it. I don't agree with it. I think everything given, I actually agree with Sleepwell. In that, yes, sure, it was technically you, but not only do you not remember it, but apparently even the you back then was also helping to stop what was going on. Yet you still want to claim responsibility for those that committed the actions around you. I disagree, but you can retain that. My problem with the dialogue that came to an end between you and the Matakai is that they've asked you to do something that you must, if you want to survive, unless you figure out a way to convince these creatures, then you'll need to do it with others. And the problem with that is that that responsibility that you feel like you have to claim for the terrorists that you were apparently once in party with would then have to extend to us. And that's something we had nothing to do with. I feel obligated to help you because you're my friend. But I think this is a personal battle for you. And especially if it risks our lives. And I don't find it necessary. I believe there's another path. Sleepwell believes there's another path. If this is the hill that you want to die on, I think you should go on it yourself.
That's the thing, Cos. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we've expressed the other way. I mean, the last thing I'll say is, from some of what they were telling me when I was learning their language, there may be other ways that just involve yourself. I don't know. I'll consider it, but at the moment, I don't know if I would go with you.
I'm not asking you to go with me. And Aramis looks over to Petra. If you make a choice, then I appreciate that, but you are not being asked either. I'm only informing you. Let me tell you why, though. Why I'm making this choice. The reason that even Sleepwell can't seem to really understand. Because he believes in a world that is black and white. I have nightmares. I see things. He reaches into his vest because he's not wearing his jacket. He's got a vest on, of course, because he's cool like that. He reaches into his vest and he pulls out a flask. Carry this. I've chosen not to partake, but I carry this because this is the only thing that helps stop the nightmares. I don't even know what they are. I just know that I see them. Fields of battle, fights. I see a life before this life. Before I became, and he kind of holding, both hands out, one hand with a flask, the other just kind of open. Before I became this.
And Petra nods and says, I understand. Because we, Ashen Forge, have two existences. And we have this other one we have no control over. And if you need this to make peace with yours, then I support you in that.
I don't know if this is going to make the peace. I do know that if I can fix this, it may be a stepping stone to whatever else is troubling me. Because maybe, just maybe, fixing this means I'll get my memories back, and maybe I can remember.
Are you sure you want them back?
I want the nightmares to stop.
All right.
And I don't want to use intoxicants.
I
Sleep at night.
I have your back in this.
If you can actually remember the memories that the nightmares are made of, that would probably help. dull their effect. Valari don't dream, but I guess that's how it works.
Everybody dreams, cause. We just do it differently.
And go ahead,
Petra.
Well, is Sleepwell still there? I mean, is he standing there listening to all of this?
I think he left the room, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Sleepwell marched off to go talk to the Matakai.
Okay, fair enough.
I was going to say, I understand then. You have to do something that, in the eyes and the hearts of the people that you wronged, cleanses you of that guilt. I will talk to them in their language about another method, because I don't know if the one that Layden chose is the wisest.
It's not about, like I said, I need your help. She made it clear that there's a chance to not fight. She said something that indicated that there is lore, tradition, a different way. We keep fighting, we keep getting involved, we're chasing this thing halfway across the galaxy. It keeps being elusive. There's got to be a different way, and it starts with me fixing this.
Yeah, I think actually, regardless of if I can change your mind about the trial itself, I've changed my mind about helping you, because while I could not stand behind helping you alleviate a responsibility that Sleepwell and I thought was kind of pointless to claim given all the evidence, what I can stand behind is helping my friend get rid of nightmares. So I will help you. I think maybe I'll try to get that, or will try to get that through Sleepwell's perspective. I'll go find the Matakai though, unless you have something else to say at the moment.
No, thank you.
And I put a hand on Aramis's shoulder, and I say, "Yate," and I leave the room.
After you leave, Aramis is going to look over at Petra. What the hell was that?
I think we cut to Sleepwell, who is hurrying along the hallway to the place where are you going to trying to find them, by the way, Sleepwell?
I don't exactly know. So, I'm just kind of like marching out, kind of being like all intention and no direction. So,
yeah.
At some point I'm going to like buzz Abraxas and be like, where are they? Where are the Matakai?
They're probably down in the arena, I'd guess. Sleepwell, are you sure you want to talk to them? I mean, I know you want to show them the evidence, but we could do that up in my office,
I mean, I saved Layden's life. I literally brought her back from the dead. I think we're cool. Yeah.
All right, then. You'd probably find her in the arena. And I don't know how Kratos is doing, but he seemed more upset than Layden was. Just take it easy with him.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I'm fine. How are you? And then I hang up.
He says, "It's a boring conversation anyway." No. So you make your way down to what is basically this the kind of a makeshift, essentially arena that has been set aside for basically the Matakai. There are a few of them that are on the station, basically a handful, maybe 5 or 6 of them, and of course the 2 ones that you know are Layden and Kratos. And it's really only about that 6, let's say, that are all that's left. 4 of them from that original party that, you know, landed on the station all these sessions ago with you, and then the other 2 are ones that were on the station already and were on the Pelseros already. And you can see that right now it is actually just Layden. When you arrive there, she is in the middle of the arena, and she seems to be going through forms. This, you know, with her staff, and then has this blade that she uses. So she, you know, puts the staff down, slices through the air, and the arena is empty except for her doing these. You don't see Kratos anywhere, but it's just her in the middle of the arena.
How does her form look?
Well, can you specify, like in terms of good, bad, or like what are we talking about? In terms of...
Mostly, like, does she seem like she's in fine fighting form?
Yes.
Or does it seem like, okay, she's
Yes.
not, like, she hasn't lost a step or anything?
No, definitely not. But make an insight check for me, please, Sleepwell.
18?
18. And these checks have been on point for you folks. This feels to you, Sleepwell, it may even remind you of certain Valna training rituals from your childhood. This feels somewhat ritualistic, you know? There's a right, it's less freeform and more the blade meets the stars, this
Right,
very much
right.
like as if she's going through this order. She looks extremely impressive, but it does feel almost ritually driven to you as you see her.
So I'll sort of like approach the edge of the arena, but I won't interrupt.
Okay. And so she does this for another couple of minutes, and then and she gets, you know, the same pace, and then the last few, and she hits the ground with the sword and the staff, and they both, you know, kind of almost rattle up from the blow, and she kind of pauses with her head down. You wanted something from me, Sleepwell.
Is it okay if I join you in the arena, or is that a sacred space?
You can... Yes, you can join me.
I hop up on the arena floor and just walk toward her slowly and say, looking strong.
It is. When you've done it as long as I have, it becomes almost second nature, but I find comfort in it, usually.
You're good at what you do, and not just because you have excellent form in katas. And I kind of like just have a seat in front of her, putting myself lower than her. And I say, you're the one who keeps the other Matakai in check. You're a well-chosen leader because you know how to think before you act. You know how to think strategically. You know what it means to allow reason and calmness to guide your actions.
And she sort of observes you and says, I appreciate the compliment, but this is setting up a question, Sleepwell.
You know why I'm here. You even know that I wouldn't be here if I didn't have ironclad evidence that would show that Aramis is innocent of all crimes, and in fact is something of a rebel for your cause and for the cause of the Matakai, who was tortured by his own people because he stood up for the Matakai. This isn't someone that you put on another trial, put potentially his life in danger. This is someone who needs expiation. from someone with your wisdom. And yet, I know why Aramis, who cannot let go of his own guilt and assumed crimes, he's damaged. But you're not. You see clearly. And yet you condescended to his broken and illogical whim. I'll show you the evidence. You'll see just what I'm telling you, but you knew, I know you know, he's innocent. Why?
And she nods slowly, and she kind of turns away and kind of looks out towards the edge of the arena, and she says, "Have you ever been on Madakai's demise, Sleepwell?"
No.
When you left your own planet, you told us you didn't leave it completely willingly. I mean, you had to leave it, but it was more that it left you. You didn't... Your people let you down.
If you mean my own clan, if you mean my own family, if you mean my mother and father, they didn't just let me down. They tried to destroy the person I'd become by eating my mentor, by literally ravening him. So yeah.
And she nods and she says, "It's terrible what they did. Terrible what was done to you. If someone came to you, a member of your family, showed you pure evidence that a family member of yours was not part of that ravening, didn't eat your mentor, was just a child, felt helpless, would you condemn them the way you condemn your parents?"
No.
And she nods. She says, "Then you are wiser than some of my people. Because the Madakai do not make distinctions between those who did the deed of evil and those who failed to stop it." And she turns to face you and she says, "That is his Kratos' view. If it were up to Kratos, Aramis would already be dead. Aramis was a butcher. For Kratos, that's all that matters. For most of the Madakai, that's all that matters. He was a traitor. You killed traitors." And then she pauses and she says, "But I didn't stop Kratos and give Aramis this task because of my belief that he was a butcher who didn't stop the other butchers, who failed in his job. I did this because I saw the same darkness in his eyes I see in Kratos's. Sleepwell, I owe you, and the Madakai owe you our lives. You're a healer. But you have not learned to heal the soul. And your showing of evidence and logic does nothing before the might of the towering belief in one's own failure. If I stopped the weapon of Kratos, pulled it away, told him to fall in line, leave forever, that Aramis was free and clear and forgiven, even if I had the right to do that for my planet and for my people, and I don't. Even if I had done that, It doesn't matter what I think or what Kratos thinks. It wouldn't be enough for Aramis. His soul tortures him, sleep well. And you cannot push evidence in there and heal it and pull it back out. Only he can do that. But you see, I didn't do this for the Madakai. I did this for him. He needs it for him.
And if he dies in the attempt?
And she pauses and she nods. She says, then I will grieve the choice that he made. But even if he dies, he will die believing that he acted in an honorable way. Whether he's right or wrong cannot be said.
If he dies, he will die before he can heal. And you will have been the architect of his demise.
And she sort of lifts her head and then shakes it. No, Sleepwell. I am not the architect of his demise, nor even would he be. His people and mine were set on a path well before the existence of either of us, by forces beyond our control. When I landed on that station with you, I came as a warlord, serving a cause to get money, resources to help my people, watch over my team under my command. When I left there, I left healed by you, and with the knowledge that others were acting beyond what I could see. This staff, this sword, these things couldn't save my people. I lost most of them. I never lose my people, Sleepwell. And until I find a way to get my own honor back, no amount of logic will matter to me. I see that in Aramis. I do not think it is right, even under the best of intentions, for you to take that away from him. You can decide what you wish, but I did not push the boulder down the hill, for I built neither the hill nor the boulder. And she kind of steps back a little bit and sighs and says, I am no seer. But what Aramis asks is not dishonorable.
It's just wrong.
She shrugs. Perhaps. But a wrong that one chooses may be a better than a right that one forces.
Well, let's take a look at the evidence and still see if you feel the same way. We can do it kind of like a
Sure.
like
So right, montage.
a little montage of like, here is the evidence.
Right,
you
exactly.
are wrong,
Evidence like
I am
fade
right.
in, fade in,
Right.
fade in.
Yes, and
And I would
there's
say
that.
during that time, Kaz, probably you would show up in the middle of that, like as the evidence is playing back, probably. So you see the last bit of it.
Yep.
And so as it sort of comes to a close and the tape fades or whatever, etc.
Right.
Layden sits for a long time and she nods. She says, I believe you.
That's the person that you're putting in unnecessary peril for no reason.
But I am not the one putting him in peril. Sleep well.
You're literally the one who told him to go. You gave him this gesh that he must accomplish now, or else he will never be satisfied. Now it's even worse because he has this imaginary quixotic mission to accomplish, or else he will not be restored. So now we are set on a path to invent virtue out of nothing, because
Hey,
there
hey,
is no need.
Sleepwell.
And now you notice Kaz is here. Like,
Oh,
Can we talk for just a second?
I think we're done here. Layden, I hope I'm there again to heal you if you need me.
she nods. I hope so too.
So, I excuse myself.
Yeah,
And,
she does. Like you know.
I head over to Kaz.
As you
And,
do that,
you
by the
know-
way, she starts to go back to her forms.
And so I kind of I approach Kaz, but I don't say anything. I just kind of like wait.
I was under the impression that Aramis was doing this because he was claiming responsibility for something that we thought he shouldn't have to, right? While that still might be the case, he said and conferred to me at least what seems to be the main reason is that he is plagued by nightmares of what he did from his past life. And alcohol doesn't get rid of it. And running away from it, obviously, doesn't get rid of it. So when he said that, I agreed to help him.
You remember that my original name is Fangsink, right?
Yeah.
That I took the name Sleepwell for Wari Sleepwell, my mentor.
Mm-hmm.
He was a medical doctor, but also his first love was psychology. And going in on foolhardy missions at the risk of one's life because somebody tells you to, that's not the path to healing. That's what children think healing is. Go slay your dragon. Go beat the monster in the fen. That's what he needs, is to sit and to talk, and possibly take medications that are not alcohol that would help him regain his equilibrium on a chemical, biological level. What he needs is psychology.
I don't know anything about humanoid medicine, so let's not even go there. But what he needs is he needs to feel accepted in the eyes of the people he believes he wronged. I mean, even if he doesn't believe he wronged them, he's plagued by the nightmares of a past self that was adjacent to their wronging. So the bottom line here is that if Layden had not been the single Madakai that he had been lucky enough to be received by, we wouldn't be talking about this right now because he would be dead.
Sleepwell's nodding because that is true.
So, unfortunately, we're lucky she offered us any alternative at all. I was going to go ask her to, but before, when I didn't know about the nightmares thing, or perhaps he had mentioned it, but it hadn't clicked for me yet, I was going to ask them maybe he could do some sort of single combat honorable thing, or I was even wondering, I didn't mention this to him, that if he felt so responsible, again, this was before the nightmares thing, now I'm going to help him no matter what it takes, but I even thought, what if he agreed to lose a hand or an arm?
It's like, this makes Sleepwell.
I don't know, the hand or the arm responsible for the wrongdoing that he believes he was responsible.
He didn't do anything wrong. Stay with me, Kaz.
His
You were the
body-
logical one there for a little
I
bit.
know, but I'm just saying, Anyway, I was going to ask her about that. I don't know. Maybe I still will. Maybe things will develop. But then I realized that as soon as I walked in the room and I saw Layden again, I remembered the last time that I saw Layden. You remember that? You remember the last time? The last time I saw Layden was after I accidentally shot her and almost killed her.
Yeah, and you were just about to get killed by the other Madakai too.
Yeah, so as it turns out, I actually think that even though this is actually quite similar, I technically wasn't in control of myself. I'm not directly responsible, but I kind of do feel responsible. I don't even have nightmares about it, but I feel responsible. So I'm kind of inclined to also ask for the same penance from Layden and go with him, because I killed her.
At this point, Sleepo cannot jam his paws into his eyeballs far enough.
Okay. I guess the last thing I'll say is, Sleepo, how would you feel if the Fenarg were controlling you? Right? You've been through that experience. And while that was happening, while the Fenarg were controlling you, killed or maimed or injured one of these Madakai.
I would be angry at the Fenarg for violating me and for killing the others. It's not me. Why is this so hard to understand, people?
It can be hard to convince, maybe in my case, other people that there was...
You were possessed by a rogue AI.
Who knows anything about Bellari? How do they know it wasn't actually me? I didn't look any different. I just turned my sniper and gave her a pot shot, and then, how does she know? Anyway, that's all beside the point. I don't even know where I was going with that. The point being, when it comes to doing this, to me, it's about helping our friend alleviate his nightmares. And if the single Madakai that would offer him anything other than death said, you need to go fight this thing or appease it, if you're lucky, then I will agree to that. If not to help him, which it is, then to also help myself.
And, so Sleepo's like,
this
okay.
is where I walk away, though. and Kaz walks away.
Yeah, Sleepo was just gathering his paws.
And you don't know it, right? Like, Kaz has already left, and you're like, oh.
Getting ready to...
Son of a...
As I'm like 30 feet away at this point, Kaz turns around and says, Yate, meet you back at the ship.
Oh, man.
So funny.
Sleepo, what do you do? Because, I'm just curious about where you go.
Well, at this point, I think I'm assuming there aren't at the ship anymore. I don't know how much time has passed exactly, but I'm going to be headed back either just to where people are, just to the ship or whatever.
Okay. And I think as you head up in that direction, we see the cameras zoom out for a moment. And we see in the middle of the arena just Layden continuing to practice her forms. And after a moment, another Madakai, Kratos, walks to the edge of the arena and looks at her and looks after all of you with his arms folded. And as if Layden senses something, she stops and kind of looks back. And I think as they are looking at each other, we fade the scene. And that is where we'll wrap the session for today. Holy cow, what a great roleplay session from everybody. Wow, dynamite. I will start with Zac. I'll tell you what, I had a lot of moments this session where I was like, holy crap. Like, And you had one of them, Zach, when Kaz did this whole thing. First of all, when you're like, I don't know that I agree with you on this, I'm like, holy shit. Like, and it was all logical, like, here's what Sleepwell said. I'm like, oh my God, like Sleepwell and all of a sudden we're going this direction. And then the second thing that surprised me was just now when you were talking to Sleepwell and when Kaz basically was like, I also feel partially responsible and I kind of know what he feels. And the nightmare thing was the pivot point. It makes perfect sense. It's core to who he is. I totally get it. And it was really, really nice, sort of subtle moment for that to happen. Also, I enjoyed the fact that we got Yate became the new, like Yate, my friends. Next time we all meet, in person at a con, we have to do that. Yate. Well, like only 5 of us and the folks in chat will know what we're talking about. Everyone else is like, what? Like, you don't understand the way of Yate. Anyway, really lovely stuff. How did you feel about today, Zach? Where will the lovely folks see you next?
I felt great. Yeah, really. This was. Who needs the Mandalorian? Let's just watch this every week. Yeah.
Ahsoka Tano, Jesus.
I want both of them actually, if that would be all right with everyone.
Yes.
I want to watch that and then this.
But aside from that, no, this was a great session. I continue to be impressed by players in games that I'm in that take risks that may not necessarily align with where the player is. I don't know if, and he doesn't have to answer this, but I don't know if Johnnie would make the same decision that Aramis is making now. I would guess that the answer might be no, but who knows? But regardless, this decision that Aramis has made has affected everyone in the party in different ways. And it's basically kind of the focal point of our party drama at the moment. And I have another friend of mine in a campaign that I play with my college friends, and he plays a very, very difficult character. And by difficult, I mean difficult with the rest of the party. He makes decisions that are very much in line with what his character would do, but often are terrible, stupid ideas in the eyes of the other characters. But it becomes the focal point of the drama, and it's also you really have to give props to the player that's taking that sacrifice to put their foot down with what their character believes and stands for, and what they're going to do, and then kind of trusting the other players to lift the drama off of its feet. So giving some props to Johnnie for really committing to this and creating a very interesting character moment, not only for his character but for all of us. Other than that, great session. Figuring out what the point of the slug head was from Sleepwell. I knew there was something, and I'm very curious to see about how the Maracles or Miracle, whatever they're called, the Tesora and Primus, how they're related to the whole Ashenforge thing. So we kind of got this theme of like other beings influencing other beings and like past histories and memory and identity. It's very interesting. Very cool to think about. So I had a great time. People on the internet can find me on this channel about 2 weeks from now, I think, for the Our Vocalist Christmas special.
Yay!
Where we read a Christmas carol. Last year I think I played Scrooge. I don't remember. I think I did.
I think that might be right. I've
did
had a
an
different
old man
Scrooge
voice.
every time, I think.
So I'm excited to do probably something else this year. And you'll also see me on my own channel if you look up Zac Clay on Twitch or on YouTube. And that's about it. I had a wonderful time. Thank you, chat. Thank you, crew. Thank you, R.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. Good stuff. And I just thought about the idea of being affected by other beings, and the other big theme is not only found family but forging your own path. I mean, I think I'm inclined to pat myself on the back a little bit as if I had any knowledge, being like, well, when I named this episode The Road Ahead, flex, like, I mean, it was, I didn't know it was going to work that well. But it really is sort of the path that people choose to forge for themselves. So anyway, good stuff, Zach. Carlos, as always, beautiful role play. It's great stuff out of Sleepwell. I agree with Kat that watching Sleepwell's psychological journey has been fascinating to watch. There's obviously, not only is he young, and we've talked about that, but there's a core set of values that Sleepwell believes in that really inform him. But what I like about Sleepwell is that there are moments that can be, because he's impulsive and headstrong, and he has these core set of values, but he also has the ability occasionally to acknowledge other people's realities. I think there was a moment like that, even the discussion that you had with Kaz at the end, where you said something to the effect of, these are, when Kaz pointed out that, like, if it wasn't for Layden, like, Aramis would probably be dead, like, if he brought this to any other Madakai. And Sleepo was like, that's true, and, like, that's an acknowledgement that I think Sleepwell might not always have made, but I think is willing to make. And it helps that it's coming from Kaz, who Sleepwell respects, but there I think is a really nice sort of development there that I see that was very clearly part of your plan, develop him over time from the very beginning. So that was lovely. Also, I enjoyed the Slughead thing, and yes, that was another moment that surprised me a little. I didn't necessarily know that that's where you were going, but then when I saw it, I'm like, oh, that's pretty slick. So that means that, Kaz has got obviously the long winter situation he's dealing with as well. Sleepwell, Carlos Sleepwell's got a lot on his plate, and that idea of figuring out what happens with his father, this seems like a good, way to sort of consider what's going to happen with that next. So that was really cool. And again, the sort of reaction to Aramis' situation was really well done too. So how'd you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
Tons of fun. I just want to second what Zach said, about Johnny, who's a very, very experienced, subtle, and generous role player, giving us this beautiful scenario off which all of us were feeding, and so I really loved Petra's discussion with Aramis afterwards. That was
great.
Really just sort of like caring and had its own logic to it, but also extremely non-judgmental, which is Petra's sort of like way of going through, which I really like that conversation. Kaz was killing me all day long, man. Just like really, really funny stuff from a person who apparently is made of stars. So really, really funny. I just it's such good role play. I just really enjoyed all of it. And of course, you're the one who's playing all of these roles all at the same time. So just everybody, I felt, really just turned in a great performance. So tons of fun. People will see me, like, I'm gonna be doing a few school visits, and I think I have next Tuesday, I'm going to be reading with the New York Review of Science Fiction with my wife, CSE Cooney. We'll be doing just a little reading and fun for the holidays. I don't know if you all know this, but in ye olde England Victorian times, ghost stories were definitely like a part of Christmas. So we're going to be delving into a little bit of Christmas horror and other sorts of delights for the season.
That's awesome. And that's going to be, I assume they're broadcasting that virtually.
It's going to be a virtual broadcast. If you just check me out on Write Teach Play on Twitter, I'll be posting about it.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds really cool. Great stuff, Carlos, as always. And if we don't chat again, happy holidays and all that stuff.
Happy holidays
to the end of the year and all that. But that's
everyone.
Great. Always good stuff. I will second what Carlos just said, Kat. Also really good, consistent play from Petra. Again, like, it's exactly right. Like, as I was watching it, I'm just like, I bet Petra's going to be like, okay, you realize you just pissed Sleepwell off. That kind of bothers me that's going to happen. I've got your back. I know, like, all of that stuff was, and I mean that in the best possible way. Petra's such a good, strong, consistent character. That really, it's like the opposite of abstract random. I really love being able to see a character like that. But also, I want to say, the really subtle moment that I'm not sure everybody in chat caught, but I want to highlight it. That moment where, Aramis was talking about, this is how I feel about these memories, and Petra was like, I understand. that's, and then went on to say, we Ashenforged, blah, blah, blah. You are an Ashenforged, and your character does get, even if you don't have the same nightmares, the experience of what this is like in a way that the others obviously can't. And that was really lovely, too. Plus, you also now have things to think about with the whole, like, Miracly and this tower and the whatever. Like, there's a bunch of stuff to think about now as far as that is concerned. But just really lovely, consistent moments. So good stuff, Kat, today. How did you feel about it, and where will the lovely folks see you next time?
I was just thinking about how much I love Petra, because she is, I don't know, my other characters tend to be sort of scoundrels, and she's just so pure, and I really enjoy her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought this was great play, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this plays out. I think this was a moment that really kind of showed some of the relationships and showed how kind of the relationships continue to evolve. And it's just, this is a great crew. I love this game.
Agreed.
It's a lot of fun. So where can you find me? You can always find me on Twitter. I'm there all the time. Come and you'll find out new news of my new pet that I'm not going to mention. And I don't know. I'm always there. Yeah, I live on Zoom nowadays. It's my existence. It's 2020.
Yeah,
I live on. Here I am. Okay.
Thank you, Kat. Real pleasure as always. And yeah, Matt, I was thinking we could have, if you do end up, like, if you all go and confront this Batera, maybe we could have your new pet be a stand-in, just to kind of give us a actual version of it. All of a sudden, like, everyone unsubs. Like, exactly. I'm done with this crap. Oh man, good times. But thank you, Kat. Always a pleasure. And yeah, Johnny, I mean, I think everyone, I'm going to sing your praises the same way. What great stuff from Aramis. I mean, like, not just because I happen to have a particular fondness in my heart for the haunted character. I've watched a little bit. I've talked about before that I adore the Equalizer TV series of the 80s with Edward Woodward. And I watched for the first time a couple of days ago a couple of episodes of his show Callan, which some of you may or may not have heard of. It is super, super good. His work in that show, where he plays this disaffected, kind of spy who's constantly on the run from his past. Again, versions of that like you see in The Equalizer, but even more kind of hard-edged and set against that kind of weariness of the Cold War. It's so good. I just like, so I love characters like that anyway, and I felt there were echoes of that with Aramis. But again, I talked about being surprised about, like, every one of you had a moment like this. For me, with you, Aramis, like, Johnny, that Aramis is the nature of what Aramis wanted to do, and the moment of role play back and forth, looking up at Kratos at that moment was really lovely. And the things that you talked about, even that Layden sort of played off of with you, was great. But the thing that really surprised, so that was all amazing role play that I was privileged to be a part of there. But the other thing was the idea, the role model thing, which Kat laid out for you, that Petra laid out about this, so you have to, like, teach him in a way that's not going to hurt him, but that's going to bring him whatever. And you just went right in the, but like, I'm doing this because I want to be a role model for him. I was like, Jesus, like, that's wow. Because it's such good development for Aramis, and what a perfect sort of path to go from someone who's like drinking his sorrows and doesn't care about anything or anybody, to someone who's like, I need to be a good teacher for this. I mean, like, well, yes, you're trying to stop the nightmares and all that, yes, but there's also an element of it that you're like, I'm trying to model behavior for Sleepwell, even if it doesn't recognize it. Just great. So again, yes, thank you for being willing to take a risk, and like, it was great stuff. I loved it. How did you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
I'm like, he isn't unmuted. I just wanted to make sure. Today was incredible. I appreciate I really appreciate the sort of the responses that everybody's having, but I have to be honest, I took a risk and you guys really kind of played with it, and so I can't say enough thank you for allowing me to kind of like the freedom to be able to explore that. It's a real surprise sometimes when players do this. It doesn't always sort of fall into place, and I think what this group of players has done in this story, and you guys have just like, you jumped on board and you with it, when the way the characters would all go with, and we've done this time and time again with various storylines, and it just continues to be a pleasure trying to find ways to kind of make the drama really work in a way that highlights again and again and again the story of, you know, 4 really different individuals sort of coming together and kind of, you know, becoming this cohesive band of you know, this family essentially. So you know, everybody, Carlos, Kat, Zach, thank you so much. And then thank you, Greg, because I knew I was catching you off guard with this, but this was actually my plan ever since the moment that Sleepwell made sure that he was going to repress my innocence. I knew that this was going to be the moment if we got back to this particular point. So I really appreciate the incredible adaptability of everything, you know, and everybody just stepping up. And so thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it.
This reminds me of, I think it was Aristotle, one of the old philosophers who had who was put to trial and had to drink, basically had to drink poison and died. And then one of his apprentices, Socrates. There you go.
Hemlock, yeah.
It's interesting. I think there's a huge that's kind of a parallel right there.
Mm-hmm. Plus, you get to go.
Okay, so for next role-playing session, everybody read the Phaedo.
Yes.
In the original, and
yeah, exactly.
If you could just,
yeah.
Can I just say, by the way, quickly, you get to
test?
Yeah, I was gonna say you get to. You also, can we just point out, you get to all go see Space Dragons. Can I also just say that? Like, I just want to put that out there. Space Dragons. There may be just a little part of me that's like, getting to role play about Terra. Sign me up now. Now I regret that I didn't put like 6 sessions this month instead of 1. Anyway, but it was great. Johnny, where can the people find you here on the internet, etc.?
Fine people can find me here next month when we come back, because I believe this is our only session this
Sadly, yes. But in January, come back with bells on.
And like I announced 2 weeks ago, January 8th, I will be returning to my own channel. I will be doing something interesting. Haven't quite figured out all the details yet, but new gear, new opportunities, and a new chance to kind of do some fun things. So I'm looking forward to coming back, and I'm looking forward to just, you know, being able to find the community again. It's been a good time away, but it's fun to come back. So.
Awesome.
Yeah.
New endings and new beginnings. It's what the game's about. It's a little bit about what we're all dealing with as we move into what, knock on all kinds of wood, hopefully will be a year that's a little better than the one that we just left. But if it is to be one, it'll be one because we did it together, and that's what games like this reflect. So, been a great pleasure to GM this crew this year, since it is the last session for this year for us. Been a great pleasure, really, to be able to crew a game in space that proves that even in the future, the dynamics of family and care and frustration and anger and love and compassion and all that all comes together in a really interesting way. This is really good storytelling, and it's because the players that this is possible. So thank you so much to Johnnie Pittman, to Kat Rambo, to Carlos Hernandez, to Zac Clay. Check, we get some love for them. And folks, Zach, I will see you for the Our Vocalists. Everyone else, I will see you down the line. Happy holidays and so on if I do not speak to you before that. But otherwise, thank you for a great year in this campaign, and I'm already looking forward to 2021 for us. So.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. Happy holidays, everybody. Happy holidays, chat.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Yate.
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 Oh, man. It is on Tuesday the 15th, Ibrahim. Wow, that was great. Yeah, it's really, and you know, Carlos used a term that I want to kind of highlight again, which is generosity. It's really generous role-playing. And at its best, I think that's what role-playing can do, where it really surpasses, it really transcends even the original one that we had. Yasemi. For a minute, Yasemi, thank you for the follow. For a minute, I thought that was saying that Yate followed me, and I was like, troubled. Life imitating art, art imitating life. But anyway, yeah, but this was lovely work, and from all the players, it was great. And again, thank you as well to Alligator Alley Entertainment for making a game and a world, and you know, Rich Lescouflair and Brian Dalrymple and the whole team. that has really made, this into something, really made a solid game out of this. A really, really good game with a lot of depth to it. And but that was great. I was just super, super pleased. This was great. Very energizing stuff today. I love good play like that. And it was also varied play. It was play that was, there were moments of humor. It was great. So I loved it. Anyway, but that is not the last great role playing you will see this weekend, because tomorrow we're going to see some more. Saturday evening, you are going to see the lovely folks from Infinity and Beyond that are going to be doing two things. First of all, they're going to be doing a post-mortem on the Curse of Strahd. So they'll be talking a little bit about Curse of Strahd and about, what their feelings about it. They'll get a chance to sort of do like these little mini things that we had. It really was rock god. Yeah. And I appreciate when you came in and said that these people are all great or whatever. I saw that and didn't have a chance to say thank you, but thank you, dude. I always appreciate it. So yeah, anyway, but they're gonna have a chance to do postmortems on Curse of Strahd, literally postmortem because Strahd is dead. They will get a chance to talk a little bit about the campaign and about what they felt about it and that sort of thing. And then the second half of that session is going to be session 0 for the Infinity and Beyond and the mini campaign of Palace of the Red Pasha. So they will be basically talking a little bit about what each player has been doing over the last year or so since they've been away. And it'll give us a nice chance to kind of set up, I think, for what is going to be a fun little mini campaign and a return back to, giving back the inspiration. Oh, yeah, I guess because we don't have another session. That's fair. Because we don't have another session, I will do that. No, you're right. Carlos is right. Because that's a good call, because like we're not going to be meeting again this month, and so there's no reason to just blow it as a consequence. But anyway, yeah, so they're going to get a chance to then do this Palace of the Red Pasha. So it's going to be great to go back and do a really high level, like level 15 and up type of thing. So that's going to be really cool. And it'll be really an opportunity as well thank you, Carlos. This is a good idea. And, a level may be coming in the future of this party fairly soon, this crew. Clearly, I will be, reminded about it until I deliver. No, they will be deserving one shortly. Anyway, but as far as this other group with Infinity and Beyond, it'll be level 15. So they're going to be leveling up, I think, 2 levels basically to get to that point. So, but Palace of the Red Pasha is going to be really fun. I expect it's going to be about 3 months is my guess. Probably somewhere around 6 sessions would be my guess. So somewhere around, we'll be starting it in January. Session 0 again is tomorrow, or later today, I guess. And then we will be starting in January, and we'll be finishing it up probably March or possibly early April. And then we'll be moving into the next big campaign, which is going to be Eberron, which is going to be great. But Palace of the Red Pasha is going to be awesome. I'm very excited about it because it's first of all, it gets to talk about a land that we don't talk about much, which is Kalimsport. It is very Arabian in feel, and there is a kind of a quality to it that I think is different than a lot of the fantasy that you're going to see. And on top of that, it also gives us a chance to kind of see these high level characters. So it's just as Curse of Strahd was like a palate cleanser, I put it that way, is very different in feel from Tyranny of Dragons. This is going to bring us back a little bit to the Tyranny of Dragons, feel a little bit, but just give us a sense of that before we launch into Eberron. So it's going to be cool. Yeah, I think you might dig it, Ibrahim. I think you might like it. It's cool. So anyway, I'm looking forward to it. So that's going to be tomorrow. Then we are off Sunday, and then Monday, I believe we have got on Monday, I think we've got Emberwind coming. I have to check and see. No, the Christmas Carol is staged entirely in dialogue by the vocalists. What we have is we have a narrator. I think maybe I do one small role maybe most of the time, but I also mostly am actually doing a lot of almost running production, really. But it's going to be Tren, Rob, Dot, and Zach who are going to be handling things. I think Russ may be on vacation and may not be able to make the 15th, but they're going to be doing their dialogue and stuff like that. So they all have their different characters, and then there's one narrator. The narrator gets the lion's share of the work. But there's still a ton to be done with Bob Cratchit, with obviously Scrooge, Ghost of Christmas Present, Past and Future, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of that. It's great. It's honestly one of my highlights every year. I love it because it's such a great story, and they do a great job with it. So it's going to be cool. But that, however, is going to be happening on the 15th. So that's going to be happening in a little while. But Emberwind is Monday the 14th. Okay, yeah. So I have to double check and see. I think that we've got, that's right, because we were going to do Emberwind and then we couldn't, and so we thought about having Sod step in, but he couldn't. So this coming Monday is going to be Grumbler's Guide to Temple of Elemental Evil. That's right. That's going to be this Monday. Then Tuesday we will have our One Adventures of Middle Earth session, and we will have another D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder session. So again, you're getting all your tabletop role playing front loaded this month. And then Wednesday, Community D&D is off. Thursday, we will be off. Friday, if all goes well, Friday the 11th will be, I believe, Final Fantasy VII Remake, although I need to check that. And then Saturday is going to be D&D with viewers. But I do want to warn everybody that this coming week and leading up from basically from the 11th on, is going to be a little up in the air because of moving circumstances. I talked about the fact that we're putting our house on the market and there's a good chance we're going to be selling and moving. And so if that's the case, that's going to be a little bit up in the air. I'm hoping it won't be too disruptive. I don't think it will be, but there is a chance. I mean, what am I saying? It'll of course be disruptive, but I don't necessarily think it's going to. I think I've made it so that it's not going to affect streams as much. But one of the reasons I wanted to front load everything with the group streams is that way, if I have just my own stream, I can reschedule if I have to or move things around. But that's kind of like the deal, because I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't, doing stuff on that other regard. As far as the Arabian thing, that is going to be Saturday night at 7 p.m. Eastern. And as I say, the first hour or maybe hour and a half will be the post-mortem for Curse of Strahd, after which we'll move into session 0. So, I mean, I don't know how to estimate that exactly. That might be like, 8:30 to 9, I would guess, somewhere around there is pretty safe to say we'll be getting into session 0. But keep in mind that what we'll be doing first is kind of reintroducing you to the old characters as we find out what they've been doing in the Sword Coast since we left them. And then I'll be actually getting into explaining a bit of the very early opening of Palace of the Red Pasha, and then in January we will really launch into the actual full play of that campaign. So it's going to be exciting, though. I'm looking forward to hearing their thoughts about Curse of Strahd and setting up for Palace of the Red Pasha. So anyway, that's what we've got going on ahead. So hopefully D&D with viewers coming up a week from Saturday, the 12th. But again, that is a little up in the air, so you'll have to just bear with me because it depends on how things go with move and all that kind of stuff. But hopefully everything will work out. So, but this was great, and man, I just feel like super proud to have GM'd this group this year, and just very, very pleased with how that all went. That was great. But that is going to do it for me for today, and I hope you folks enjoyed it as much as I did. If you did, I hope you will follow this channel, as many of you have today. I hope you will consider supporting the channel by doing one of the many things that is necessary to help show support, and that is, besides following the channel, checking out the YouTube with past broadcasts of this and other streams. That's ! !arvtube. ! !arvcord is the Discord channel, which is always happening. Yeah, and you're going to get some of those back, Rock God, right? I know, it's going to be cool to revisit the crew. ! !arvcord is the Discord channel. ! !arvtweets is my Twitter, which is always very much appreciated. If people can go over and follow me over there as well. I always tweet when I'm going live or about announcements, various things like that. And the website for all of that can be found at arvineleron.com. On the financial side, ! Arvshop is my merchandise area where you can get I was about to say past broadcast. No, where you can get merchandise, including the Adventures of Middle-earth crew, the D&D with Infinity and Beyond crew, and hopefully we're going to get some of this kind of stuff up there soon too as well with Esper Genesis, so we will see about that. And then we have got, of course, besides that swag, we've also got the stuff you can get from our Patreon, ! Arvtreon, sitting at 22 patrons, $2.40 per month, and I do want to encourage people, that is a way really to support the channel financially. It's the financial backbone of the channel. They're the fewest fees taken out of that. So, and that also allows you to get things like inspirations to help the players, critique of critique of your writing by myself, depending on the tier you support at, copy of one of my band's albums, an epic character background, or an epic poem written about you, things like that. So there's many things that you can get. Plus the channel itself moves towards things like another Talisman tournament, a new Arvanaut Idol writing competition, and things like that. The sub button, which many of you use today, thank you so much for doing that. That sub button or resub really helps as well. well. And again, you can get those inspirations. You can also get the custom sub badges and emotes and things like that by subscribing to the channel. So thank you, those of you who did that. Lastly, publishing. Exclamation Point Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel, just released by Athos Arts last month. Very, very pleased with how well this came out. Those of you who supported the Kickstarter, thank you. Please continue to leave those good reviews if you liked them. Please let people know. And please spread the word about it because, again, we want to get this stuff into stores as much as we can, and we want to be able to build up for what will hopefully be book 2 and book 3 of this down the line, because I do have plans for those other things down the line. So there's the deal with that. Exclamation Point Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which made this amazing game. Those folks are great. The print editions are on the way, and I'm very excited to have those in my hot little hands. I can't wait to have these things. So you will be getting those print editions available to you soon. But in the meantime, if you are jonesing to get a copy or you want to be able to use one digitally, may I recommend the Drive-Thru RPG link that you see right there, which allows you to get a copy of it. Is a silver seller over on Drive-Thru RPG, and again, I'm very proud of it. I think it's came out super well, and yeah, I'm excited that it's out there. And last but certainly not least, Exclamation Point Gray Shade Chaos. I continue to use the word excited, but I'm super excited about this because I'm extremely proud of the Gray Shade books. My 3 books will be a part of this series: Gray Shade, Renegade, and Heretic. Also, the board game, which Dylan Bertolo designed, is great. I'm super excited for that to come out. The tabletop RPG, which is being published by Alligator Alley as a part of this Kickstarter, with Aaron Rosenberg doing the design. That's going to be super cool. I'm very excited for that. Trending is doing an audiobook version of this, and we all know what I think about Trend. So all of it's great. Basically, I'm just super excited about it, and it's awesome, and it's great. So that's going to be happening. As I say, that'll be February, early February 2021 is the release date, the launch date for that. And so Exclamation Point Gray Shade Chaos for more details about that. Lastly, not related to publishing, Exclamation Point BLM, Black Lives Matter, because they do, because it is important more than ever to be able to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives and protecting them. So please jump on board with that. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I'm going to kickstart this book so I get to write it. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes. All of that, Arudinel. All of that. But yes, Black Lives Matter, again, very, very important. Please support the causes and get the information and education you can from that link. And also Exclamation Point Help Now, which is our suicide prevention page, that the link, I should say, to the page that is run by the World Health Organization. Also really important, especially around the holidays, which are difficult for some people, and especially in the time of the pandemic. And so please, jump on board and support people if you can with that as well. Other than that, we are going to do a raid, and the raids work this way. If you are a sub, if you're not a sub, rather, please do this. The Argonauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, which is lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. The Argonauts have landed, and then you're going to have a bunch of those emotes: Arvany Hype, Twitch raid, Arvany Roar, Arvany Smug, Arvany Woe, Arvany Witch, etc., etc. Arvany Hype, I think I already mentioned. So there's all the Arvanys, and please make sure you do that when you're brought over, because again, it's good for you, good for the channel, good for the people that we're raiding, and so forth. And I will bring you over auto-magically with the power of the Twitch raid. Let me double check and see, by the way, who we've got here. I see a few possibilities here, actually. Let me jump over here. The line must be drawn here. Who we got over here? Yeah, actually. Okay. I know exactly where we're going to raid. So we are going to do that. So that's going to be awesome. And yeah, so please do that. Otherwise, please come join me tomorrow, Saturday, or later today, Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern for the Curse of Strahd final, post-mortem discussion session. And of course, the awesome session 0 of Palace of the Red Pasha as Infinity and Beyond continues. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Triffity Mats. Wonderful work as always from the best mods in the business. Thank you to my subs, Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rock God, Triffity Mats, That's Cat, Rambo, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, and Zac Clay. I'll talk more about the players in that group in just a minute, but thank you as subscribers, and thank you as well to the Patreon supporters in this group. Thank you to my viewers. Aiton, Axeman, Clear Your Browser, Commander Root, Feet, Gan Eden. What's up, Gan Eden? Thank you to Harlequin, Ibrahim. Thank you to Ice Wizards. Thank you to Iliara, Jagtress. Thank you to Let's Do This host Raffle, which is totally not a bot. Thank you to Live Suing. Thank you to Lurks. Thank you to Ms. Lenny. Thank you to Loam. Let's see what else. Yes, thank you to Ms. Lenty. Thank you to Nonstop. Thank you to Sad Girl. Thank you to Saddest Kitty, Tauntoms, Thicker, You Christensen, Uncle Eyes, Fiend K, Virgo Praz, and Yisemi. Thank you so much to everybody. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. I'm definitely looking forward to doing that for that one of those, definitely for that reason among others, for sure, Trivid. Thank you most of all tonight to my players, to Johnny, to Kat, to Carlos, and to Zach. Wonderful play from all the players. It was great. It was really a privilege to GM them. And thank you today as well to Alligator Alley Entertainment for sponsoring this campaign. It was great. I loved it. And I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. It was great. Otherwise, I will see you folks for D&D with Infinity and Beyond Saturday evening. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Have a good night.
When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw soaring, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.